old
mortgage for the
fucking
landlord.
renovation
They must pay
homes.
their own mortgage, and that's why there's a demand for homes is staying strong. Another key point to remember if
Or
you're a
you
renter
can't
and if
actually
you think
do
of buying
anything in your
is
home
that
because your
when you
neighbors are
buy
garbage.
with your fixed rate mortgage payment is locked in for the length of your home loan versus rent, they could go up every year because the landlords are in general greedy. They will increase the rent whenever they can, and they always do. If we look at this chart, median asking rent since 1988, as you can see, it has nothing but gone up. In 1988, the rents were near 350. In quarter three of 2023, it's almost 1,450 nationwide.
Easily.
For example, in NI Mills, Orange County, where I'm at, rents are probably 3,000 on average. But the rents you can see have gone up. So as the home prices go up, which they have for the last 40 years, rental rates have gone up also. They go hand in hand. So word of caution, if you are thinking of buying now, and I hope that you are thinking of buying now, then one thing you have to remember is that if you are a buyer now, you have to be a long-term buyer. Chances are you may buy a house right now and you're paying high price, top dollar, you're paying high mortgage rates. Chances are it may drop for 2 or 3 or 4 years. The prices may drop. But if you stay there for 7 years, 8 years, 10 years, 15 years, it's definitely going to catch up. If it goes down, it will come up. Historically, home prices on average rises at 4% per year if you take the 40-year average. Whenever you sell in the long term, you will always gain. You will have extra equity, and all the money that you've paid in there.
I think you're neglecting to
sell it at a higher price.
Consider the Airbnb people.
In this economy, in this moment,
I think they're
high
realtors.
inflation, high interest, high prices, you must have a long-term plan if you're a buyer. Reason number 4 is supply and demand.
This again.
Uncharted territories, uncharted waters. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know how long the shortage is going to last.
I mean, I do because I live in this country.
When it comes to new home builders, a few years ago, new home builders pulled back on building homes because they thought the market was going to slow down. They thought foreclosures are coming. They thought the buyers will stop buying. So they slowed down. And as it is, they cannot keep up with the homes that are needed today. So that's creating another shortage of homes. 31% of all the homes sold last year were new build homes. So when they slow down, that number of homes slows down as well. And that created...
because you can't just go and fucking build these shitty, ugly-ass stone buildings on my street.
The other thing to note, since the pandemic or post-pandemic...
And then you only live there for like 4 months of the year.
Lumber prices went up, concrete went up, home prices, home building, the labor, everything has gone up. So the home prices are going up for new home builders, and they did cut back. Land prices have gone up.
We all getting higher.
Permits and fees from cities and everything took longer and longer. So there was a slowdown when it came to new home builds, and that's affecting the shortage right now. Another factor is from 2012 to 2022, the number of households grew to 15.9 million. That's the number of households that formed. But during the same time, the homes that were built during that period, 2012 to 2022, was only 12 million. So we had a shortage of a few million homes for sale. So that's keeping the shortage higher right now. Of course, in some areas, there's a lot of new homes, and in some areas, there's not a lot of homes. So it's very different. As I mentioned earlier, the home sales and home selling activity is very hyper-local. Let us know what's happening in your area when it comes to new home construction. Are there a lot of homes being constructed? Are they being bought? Or is there a slowdown in new home construction being built? And as a few months ago, a lot of the builders were giving incentives because the market slowed down, especially when the rates went up to 7.5%, 8%. The buyers stopped buying totally.
No
so a lot
shit.
of the new home builders gave a lot of incentives,
Can
up
you-
to 10,000, 50,000 in incentives for buyers
Once,
to buy homes. So
not gonna be twice.
And
Twice,
that kept the
gone.
home buyers buying
Just
new
saying.
homes because of all the incentives.
fucking having that
Keep up
shit
with
today.
the higher interest rate. A lot of these buyers wanted high interest rates, but they got a lot of incentives. Reason number 5 is supply of home inventory. I talked about this before.
I
But
cannot
let's look
handle
at it
this
at a
being the
detail.
conversation anymore.
The supply of homes nationwide right now, as of 2023, end of 2023, is 3.3 months.
Yeah, but where are you getting
In
these
other
numbers?
words,
Stats
no
Canada?
homes come on
Like,
the market today. It'll take 3.5 months to sell all the homes, which is a pretty fast pace.
no.
Go back to 2008 when we had the big recession.
Yeah, that's why the house next door has been for sale for how many years?
2008, there was 10 months supply of homes versus 3.3 right now. During the pandemic, pandemic.
Like, it's
in
adorable that you
2018,
believe stats
2019, and 2020, there was 4 months supply. Right now, we have a 3.3 months supply, even with the high rates, even with the high prices. So as the inventory stays low, the prices stay stable or go up. As you know, right now, it has been a seller's market. The lower the supply, the higher the price, and it's a seller's market. In 2008, when there was 10 months of supply, that means there were homes on every street. There were 2 or 3 homes for sale, and they were not selling. It took 10 months, almost a year to sell a house. It was a buyer's market. They could say, hey, knock off 100,000, knock off 50,000. They could get the homes. Right now, it's a seller's market, and they say, hey, you want to buy my
you
house?
screwed me a little bit on that one.
Pay me 50,000 more. And buyers are paying that because the inventory is low, and because inventory, as soon as it's sold within 3 months. Of course, that's a national average. In your area, it may take 4 months, but in some areas, like in
Well, it depends
Orange
on
County
real
or
estate
Orange
agent.
Hills, where I'm at,
We hired a friend of the family. Don't do that.
to sell a house. So the
I mean,
inventory
if you don't really
controls
sell
the
it, then
prices. The lower the inventory,
That
the
would be
higher the
great.
price. Higher the inventory, lower the price. So the big lie when it comes to saying that the prices will drop, the only time the prices will drop is when there's a surplus of homes. Right now, we don't see any surplus of homes. We see shortage of homes. So until we get to that surplus, which means it takes 5 to 6 months to sell a home, then it becomes a buyer's market, and then the prices can drop. So right now, if you're a buyer, it is still a seller's market. It's a seller's advantage. But that does not mean that you should not buy. But just be aware that you can end up paying the higher prices. If you're a buyer,
Yeah,
don't
because
get
you can get
discouraged.
approved.
Because the good news is that even though there's a shortage of homes,
Must be nice that
inventory
fucking
is low.
mommy and daddy lend you like
Inventory is
fucking
tight. The home
$20,000
prices
to put
are
down on
not
a
jumping
house.
like they did in
Oh, is that
2021.
so privileged?
2022. Prices were jumping 5, 10, 15% per year. Of course, depends on your market. But right now, as I mentioned earlier, they're going up 1%, 2%, 3% overall. Of course, in your area, it could be
Good. Trigger
declining,
away.
or in some areas, it could be up. But good news is the rate of increase in price has gone very slow. It's going up at a snail's pace, but the fact is it is still going up. If you look at this chart, it shows where the prices have gone up more than 10% since September 2022. Los Angeles, 24% almost. San Diego, 18%. Indianapolis, 10%. So the prices are jumping in certain areas, especially in the metro areas. At the same time, there are areas where home prices are actually cooling. If you look at Dublin, California, prices have dropped 15% since May 2022. We may think it's going to be higher, but San Francisco has dropped 13%. Palo Alto has dropped 12.82% near San Francisco. And Redmond, Virginia, number 10, has dropped by 11%. As I mentioned earlier, prices are up or down. Locally, it may vary. Check with your prices or in your neighborhood.
Yeah, good
Let us
luck
know
with that.
if your neighborhood is going up or down. Be sure to
Apparently,
find
they
out
can just
and see
not
what's going on nationwide
record
as of today.
this
The seventh
next
reason about home
housing.
prices.
And like, oh, we just didn't
Pour
do
briser
it.
la routine, j'aimerais aller faire un tour dans la région de Québec.
Oh.
Québec, la Sarah, je sais qu'on va triper et qu'on va dire j'ai mon voyage.
You know what? I'm glad that everybody else could come here and just have a great time.
Coming down is because of history.
Grand Prix,
Let's
they
talk
bring
about
their
the
fucking
prices.
cars
Home
over.
price changes during the
Fucking
last
drive on the
six
streets
recessions.
that we can't
These
drive
are
on on a
pretty big
daily.
recessions. In 1980, the prices jumped 6.1%.
Same.
1981, up by 3.5%. 1991, there was a drop of 2%. And in 2001, up by 6.6%. Of course, in 2008, which was not a recession that we probably ever going to see again, there was a drop of 20%, which was a big one. But in 2020, during the recession, prices went up by 6%. That means 4 out of 6 recessions, prices went up. What does that mean? If we have a recession coming up, are the prices going to go up? History will tell us when history is created in the next year or the next couple of years. If there is
Oh no, we're
recession,
not even
we'll see
talking about
prices
recession
go
anymore.
up.
We're talking about just straight depression.
During a recession. Now let's talk about
Which is
the pros
hilarious
that I
because
found
like I'm no
today.
longer
Thanks
depressed.
for
It
sticking
so
around for
happens.
long. Basically, I want to talk
And
about
now everyone's gonna be going through a
bonuses
great
that
depression,
prices
so that's
may not
ironic.
come down. Number one is during the pandemic, a lot of the homeowners could not move when they wanted to move. So what did they do? They went and remodeled their homes. A lot of people spend a lot of money remodeling, and now they're not moving out anymore because they added a room or added a kitchen, made it bigger, added the yard or a pool or whatever. They're not moving out because they are comfortable and they spend a lot of money. The
Yep.
other reason is that a lot of the workforce during the pandemic created work from home. And of course, as we know, a lot of the big companies are calling them back, but a lot of the people are still working from home.
You mean like
So
the
sellers
army
that may sell to
who
move
wants to
are
now
not selling
recruit
anymore. They keep
fucking
the
illegal
inventory low.
immigrants to
And
give
the
them
other thing, the other
citizenship?
major point that nobody has ever talked about is what we call the inheritance money. Right now, in the first point, I talk about the baby boomers that have a lot of money and they're spending it on their own, buying their homes. But inheritance money, there's trillions of dollars worth of assets, real estate, trust, stocks, annuities, life insurance, all they're sitting as inheritance money, solely to young kids, 35-year-olds. A lot of the down payment, $100,000, $200,000 came from their parents or their grandparents. So there's a lot of inheritance money being poured into the economy.
What did I
This is the
inherit?
real
3
estate
generations of debt.
and the demand is there, and that's how people are buying a lot of homes. So as long as money is
Like
being
my
poured
family's
into
like
the
a
housing
fucking
market,
bunch
the
of
supply will
alcoholics.
stay short. And as long as the
That would make-
supply
at least
stays
make
short,
sense.
prices are gonna hold. Please watch this video if you're concerned if there's a foreclosure coming, so watch this video, and I appreciate you watching. If you have any questions, direct message me, and I'll be glad to help you.
Avant de me dire adieu.
The average American says they need to earn $233,000 a year to be financially comfortable.
What?
But in 2021, American workers on average made only $75,203.
And that's like someone who makes a lot of money. $75,000 a year, that's a lot of money.
They would like to have to be financially secure, and that ends up.
We were
being
living off like
3 times what the
$1,300 a year at one
average
point.
country.
It's like a family of 4.
Especially wealthy or really successful, it's magnitudes above that.
72% of Americans said they weren't financially secure given their current finances. And more than a quarter of Americans said they'll likely never be financially secure.
Yeah, but then you get back to this whole level of comfort that people feel like they're entitled to.
But they're more anxious about what's going to happen next, if they have job stability, if they're going to be able to have secure retirement.
Well over half of Americans living paycheck to paycheck. Many are failing to meet some of their modest financial goals.
There are actually millions of people struggling. It's not something that people want to talk about, but if you're in a place where your financial
Really?
security
It seems like everybody constantly wants to talk about their problems.
so
So
it's not your fault.
So how did it become so
It's not your fault.
difficult to be
Just like your
financially
drug addiction, it's not your
secure?
fault.
And what can you do about it?
Cheating on your wife is not your fault, especially when she's a bitch.
Let's do some budgeting. Americans working full-time earned a
Is it gonna balance
monthly
itself?
income of about $4,400 during the second quarter of 2023. The average worker takes home 75.2% of gross wages after taxes and benefits, shrinking the take-home pay to about $3,300.
Okay.
And that just isn't enough to cover the cost of living in America today.
The cost of healthcare.
Oh, that's because we're talking about the
cost
state.
of attending college has skyrocketed.
College.
The cost of purchasing a home.
Nah, I wish I was able to count up the amount of times that I had paid into my fucking EI and then got canned for something super stupid and they just say, well, and now we start again. Like, seems to be a very go-to line for everybody. Well, it's time to rebuild. Let's start again.
Talking to Jesus.
What?
Talking to Jesus.
Oh, I'm never alone with Jesus. I'm never alone with Jesus in my ear.
Okay.
Literally, like I can feel my eye twitching. That hasn't happened in a long time.
What are you ready to?
All the internet
Ah.
business gurus, they're gonna hate me.
Shut the fuck up. You're an AI.
Your girlfriend hates you already.
Yeah, but it's not even a real person. Like,
Well, but if he is.
yeah, but like the animation for shit sucks balls. Like, obviously, like we have made fucking Princess Leia, like as if she were still alive.
No,
In a movie. Paul, whatever.
It's the black singer, the Tupac.
Yeah, a holographic one. But yeah, but like it's like I don't really know anyone personally who ever went to see that, so I can't really verify.
No, but still. You really have that Oh my god, I don't know what the name of it is, but it's that Japanese anime AI thing. And then you see her in show.
Oh, the girlfriend?
No, it's an actual AI icon. Like it's in Japan. Like she's projected, and you can actually talk to her. Like with an app, you can like. Anyways, it's like a real person.
So sad.
It's so sad. It's like a real person, but it's an anime chick.
There was a guy who was
dance
talking
and-
about it, and he was like, so the fact that there's a market for this means that there's a demand for it.
Yeah.
So this means we have to acknowledge the fact that, like, there is a demand, but why? Why is there a demand? What is this product that people are so into paying their whole life savings for? And it's literally somebody who listens and responds.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, oh shit, that's the saddest shit ever. But like, why am I going to waste my time listening to a fucking man-child blather on about fucking shit that I'm like, this is so below me. Like, it's juvenile, nonsensical, like, fucking issues. What's up? That girl Vicky, who I made friends with yesterday, she was like, I really like you. You seem like a boss. I was like, but I try really hard not to be bossy. Yeah, it's me and Jack on the beach. That's when he was a baby.
Oh my god.
He was 4 months old. And I would bring him on the beach and let him go off leash.
He's not much bigger.
He almost got to I used to be able to pick him up with my two hands. I used to cup his butt with my two hands. But he almost got eaten by a wave. Because that's how I trained him to be off leash though. And it's funny, ever since that, Jack knows where water is. He'll run in the direction of open water. And it's like we're blocks away and he can smell it, I think. But he ran a little bit too far ahead, I guess. And then he turned around to look to see if I was still behind him. And a wave just kind of rolled up and just grabbed him and almost sucked him back in. And I ran up and I put my foot in front of him to stop him. I was like, okay, we're going to maybe stay away from open bodies of water for a bit. The worst vacation ever. The only good thing about that vacation was me and Allison one night, because she was pissed at my mom. Because she's like, all you guys do is go to the beach and sleep. You guys just do that all the time here. Why would you guys spend all this time, effort into a vacation if you're just going to do what you normally do, just in a different location? So me and Allison got cupcake vodka, and we got super wasted. I went to the arcade.
Oh, almost. You should have.
No.
Oh, it's too late now. It's too late. Too late. I know. I know.
Is it the arm of the chair?
Yeah. Yes. No lie.
Because look, what you're made. That's what you're about to shoot up. Ah! Oh, why?
Oh, it has to go. Oh. That's Lord. People wonder what I'm doing. I'm like,
It's okay. He's just got a bit of cerebral palsy. I think we're having him tested.
yeah, I feel like I would need for you to pull it.
It's gonna do poppy
No,
crack.
it's not.
I don't know.
No, just pull the one. I'm too strong. It's not working.
I'm too strong. It's not working. You can give yourself a little pat on the back there. Let's do that. Instead of fucking around.
Got it.
Good. I'm glad you got it. Okay, Mario. Get it. Got it.
I don't get it.
Mario?
You still got it?
Yeah.
I thought it said, it's a me! Ma!
I'm the best.
Oh, yeah. That's right. See? See, dude?
Fantastico.
What?
Uh,
What is Fantastico?
oh.
Oh, Baby Shark. Oh.
Baby shark, do 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 do. I got like a shark. I think it's actually from Baby Shark in the bag of shit that I found. There's still a bunch of bags in my car.
I want to take a picture.
What?
Look at you.
No, my favorite was I was doing this from the laundry machine to the counter, and I was above the toilet, and I was cleaning the ceiling in the bathroom, and I was just like, how did we get here? I was just like, I just wanted to wipe down the counter. Like, I just wanted to wipe down the counter,
You got
and
that?
I just like slowly traveled up the wall, and at one point I'm on the ceiling like this. I'm like, oh, this is not what we're doing.
I love you. You're silly.
Yeah, but it's fucking nasty when people smoke in the bathroom, and they're fucking like, I have to do our ceiling in the bathroom. I'm gonna freak out.
Baby, we're the only one living here.
Yeah, but it's just gross. You should have seen the fucking window. Like, I had to do it twice because there was like a film of like white. I was just like, what
Squirrel
is that?
pee?
No, it's only on the
Oh,
inside.
so it's the smoke.
Yeah, it's literally nicotine smoke. I was like, wow, that's kind of fucked up and gross.
Okay. I'm up to the upstairs.
I'll try to not die. Push. Really? Ah, itchy armpit. Oh, it's so itchy. Okay. So itchy. All right. Well, now we know. All this being.
6 minutes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to you witnesses for your attendance today. I'm going to start by making some opening remarks. This story broke as a result of an ATIP from a York University professor, an expert in privacy. It was turned over, the data was turned over to Radio Canada. Radio Canada
fantastic.
reached out to their respective departments, asking if you're using the software, confirming you're using the software, and if you had first conducted privacy impact assessments. According to their written responses, as per Radio Canada, none did. So first question to the CBSA, when did you purchase the software, sir, from Shared Services Canada?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The first procurement of Grey Key was in March of 2019. The first purchase of Celebrate in March of 2021.
Okay. And how many times have you used this particular software in question?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I couldn't tell you exactly how many times we've used the software. What I can tell you, for example, in 2023, we had 119 criminal investigations, during the course of which we see 712 devices. When we say 712 devices, that will include, for example, the memory card or a SIM card that's in the cell phone. So a cell phone could count as 3 devices.
Okay. You'll table with this committee an actual number as to how many times you use this specific software from the data purchase?
I will do our very best. I can't assure that we can count every single instance, but we can certainly give you
So we're talking hundreds. That's
I'd say Yes, in 2021, we seized 219.
Yeah, so we're talking hundreds and hundreds of investigations using this software, and not once did your department seek out a PIA, a privacy impact assessment. Is that correct?
So what we have done is we do have the privacy, the PIB, the privacy, I apologize, it's the acronym is slipping my memory.
PIA?
The PIB. So
PIB?
it's a PIB. So we posted online what types of information we are gathering, under what circumstances we're gathering, and how we're using it. We started our internal process to do a program level PIA, because we want to do it at the program level, not at the device level.
You understand, sir, that the PIA is not optional.
Agreed.
It's a directive by the Treasury Board.
Agreed.
And when the commissioner testified last week, commissioner reached out to your department and specifically asked you, when are you going to start conducting PIAs? Your response was, well, we're looking into it, or we're about to start it. So what was your actual response? Are you still looking into the use of this mandated process, or have you actually started as a result of this controversy?
As I noted in my opening remarks, we started the process to doing a privacy impact assessment for the entire criminal investigations program in 2022. We're following internal processes in doing so. As a result of that, we are now moving forward with the PIA that we've worked with the Privacy Commission on.
We have an auto theft crisis in this country. It's reaching alarming rates, so much so that the government is conducting a summit, which I believe is happening on this Thursday. The CDSA is in charge of protecting our borders, correct?
Amongst others, yes.
Yes. And Justin Trudeau's and this government's mismanagement of our federal courts has turned them into parking lots for stolen cars that then disappear overseas. For instance, in the Port of Montreal, where the majority of stolen cars leave Canada, the Port of Montreal only has 5 CBSA agents to inspect the massive volume of containers that leave each year, according to the Journal de Montréal. They also have 1 X-ray scanner that constantly breaks down. Federal ports in Vancouver, Prince Rupert, and Halifax tell a similar story. According to Peel detective Mark Haywood, the CBSA checks less than 1% of all containers leaving the country. And we're talking thousands of containers leaving every week. Why? With all the money the government is providing the CBSA, why are you contributing to this crisis?
What I would suggest.
Point of order. Relevant to this study.
Thank you for the point of order.
Thank you for the point of order.
I mentioned this before, Ms. Damoff, that I generally give a lot of latitude to members of parliament, and I expect that Mr. Brock will come back to where we're at. Perhaps we'll find out. He's got 1 minute and 31 seconds left. So, Mr. Brock, go ahead, please. You have the floor.
His title is Intelligence and Enforcement. This question I'm posing to him is squarely within his ability to answer that question. With the hundreds of millions of dollars that the government is transferring to the CBSA to assist you in doing your work to enforce, to inspect, why has the department been so derelict in its responsibilities to inspect these containers, which clearly sends a message to the criminal underworld and the organized crime units that Canada is a haven for this type of activity? So please explain to law enforcement, we have law enforcement right here, who I'm sure are very frustrated in your lack of attention to this issue. Why do we only have 5 agents?
So what I'd suggest is, in fact, that we are a key partner working with law enforcement across the country. Over the last year, we participated in 14 different joint operations with local police in the Toronto area, for example, working very closely with police in Ontario and Quebec to take a risk-based approach to examining containers. I think you do understand it's completely impossible to search every single container entering or leaving the port.
Why?
The sheer volume and numbers and thousands of those containers.
Ask for
So
the
what we are
resources.
doing is we are taking a risk-based approach using intelligence that we get from our partners at law enforcement.
So we're telegraphing to the world, we're not inspecting the containers leaving, we're not inspecting the containers arriving. That's why we have a fentanyl crisis. We have illicit, deadly drugs coming
The reason
from
we have a
Asia
fentanyl
that are
crisis is
not
because
being survived
you
by
guys
the
over at the church give my brother crack pipe as packed lunch.
Ms.
People
Dowd,
like
you're-
that is
sorry,
why we
you
have
a point of
fentanyl
order on this,
crisis, which
please
is
go ahead.
not really a thing
Yeah, I
anymore.
just wanted to bring up, unless auto theft is being conducted by surveillance devices, I don't see how that's relevant, Chair.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And I'm wondering if Mr. Brock is suggesting that this software be used to combat auto theft. I didn't hear that work its way into his question, and trade would come to a halt if we inspected every single
That
shipping
is
container.
concerning.
Canada, is that not correct?
In every single shipping container coming into the country and leaving the country, trade would come to a halt.
Thank you. So moving on to what our study is actually about, just a quick question.
Go ahead, sorry, Ms. Damoff, go ahead, Mr. Barrett.
We had two Liberal members interrupt Mr. Brock, and then Ms. Damoff, because of his line of questioning, and then Ms. Damoff continued on the exact same line of questioning. So this isn't a question, Chair, about the standing orders or about relevance. It's about looking to disrupt a member who rightfully has the floor, who's within his time, and who's asking questions and giving an opportunity to respond. We've seen this before. And if we want the meetings to descend into pure chaos, that invitation can be accepted.
You must
But
be
I think
doing.
that now that we've seen that there's games being played, I think that the disruptions from Liberal members need to end.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
That we're gonna see a huge deviation in the answers that we're receiving. I think we've established, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, that the use of this technology is an investigative use, both whether it's through law enforcement agencies or through staff in terms of federal employees. I'm to understand that most of you have this within a legal framework. Have any of your agencies used it with your employees?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. We've used it on one occasion through an internal matter that was on consent, actually. So we used the digital printing tools, but it was a consent matter.
Okay, and how about yourself?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
And how about yourself? And forgive me, I'm not impugning anybody, but drones are one way that contraband comes in. It's sometimes suggested that staff are sometimes involved occasionally in rare occasions and also bringing in contraband. You've never had an occasion to investigate or use this technology with any of the corrections staff?
We would have occasions where we investigate staff.
Right.
Using specifically those software, no, it would have to be specifically within an investigation.
Is it safe to say that all, and you can just nod your heads and I'll repeat it for the people that might be listening. Is it safe to say that all of your staff are issued federally, issued devices, professional devices? Yes?
A large portion, yes, that would be correct.
And so, but in your case, none of them are ever monitored in this way.
So mandated
That's kind of hard to believe. Kind of like the whole Obama being like, yeah, we're monitoring your shit, but it's not specific.
That's fair. And notwithstanding the car thefts, I won't go there.
Look, I think one of the challenges here, we had different witnesses in the first hour of this meeting and talked a lot about the potential use of this technology when it comes to employees. I know there's ECCC, NRCan, a whole host of others. So you're talking about this in terms of law enforcement and its application, but I just want to, if I could, find out about where you're at when it comes to the people that work for your departments, those within law enforcement administration, not the program specifically, because you've answered that very clearly, but I'd like to hear from you about, is there tools, techniques, and methods to which you would observe employees and other individuals that work for you in terms of data that could be on their devices? So let's start with the RCMP, and I'm hoping for very brief responses because I have some other questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. In short, no, we do not use any technology to monitor and or manage or supervise our employees. We do have a user agreement with all of the devices that we deploy. We do have a policy that governs the use of those devices. Naturally, that we have, there are times where members are subject to allegations of code of conduct and or criminal allegations.
where we may need to launch an internal investigation, where we may look to use digital forensic tools as a part of that investigation. As I alluded to, we've used it on one occasion through consent.
I apologize, it's really short on time, so Mr. McCurry.
So again, the professional standards investigations takes place outside of my particular organization, so it's hard for me to comment on their case and what they do.
So if I could ask for you to bring that up to whoever within the CBSA is responsible for that, and if they could provide that answer in writing to this committee, that would be very helpful. And Ms. Grafton.
So same, so we don't use any tools to observe or monitor our staff.
Okay.
Like same.
If I could ask again for you to bring that up the chain and make sure that we get those answers to committee. Mr. McCurry, I'm curious because there's talks about investigations, and over the course of COVID, there was whether it's conversations around ArriveCan or the whole host of instances surrounding that, people who crossed the border during the pandemic when there were restrictions. Were these sorts of investigations ever initiated because of COVID-related enforcement?
What we're doing is enforcing criminal elements of border-related legislation. So, for example, individuals who will be counseling others on how to fraudulently obtain immigration documents, a student visa or a work visa, or individuals who are involved in the smuggling of firearms or parts. So individuals, we've got a case, went to court last year, April 2023, roughly 12 years for manufacturing ghost guns and for smuggling the parts in. Those are the instances in which we use those tools to get the evidence, like our colleagues in the RCMP, to successfully prosecute those who have broken the criminal laws.
So it's very clearly limited to breaches of the criminal code. So for somebody who
border-related legislation, so under our own Customs Act, for example.
Okay, so I think that. So you're telling me, and feel free to clarify, that when it came to all COVID-related enforcement, there would not have been, this technology would not have been used in relation to COVID-related enforcement?
I'm not aware of any instance, I can't think of an instance where we would use it in the context of COVID. And again, the only instances in which we would use it would be with prior judicial authorization.
Okay, I appreciate that. So when it comes to, and Ms. Graton, I have just a few seconds left here, but there's for example, safe injection sites in our prisons. But there's kind of a don't ask, don't tell when an inmate goes to a safe injection site. It's contraband. And quite often they had to get that from somewhere. So I'm just curious as to how to square this circle here about how
there's safe injection sites in prison?
The dynamics in a prison where there's alleged criminal activity.
You can't even smoke cigarettes.
There's a look another way when it comes to certain aspects of that. Could you comment briefly on how I square that?
Why does it ever have to be brief? Ms. Graton, excuse me.
I apologize, quick answer, please. For those prevention sites, so it's not a question of not looking at, say, harm reduction program. And it's really to reinforce support and help inmates that are struggling with substance use. The distinction
they're in
is that
prison.
When we are dealing
they
with
don't really have a
trafficking,
choice,
then we go with the enforcement,
or they're not
and that's where we
supposed
get
to.
into taking measures and discipline to prevent the trafficking and the contraband. So it's two different.
Well, really easy to do that if you're the one being their slider. That makes so much sense.
You're a new member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that was very flattering. Thank you so much. So a Canadian sitting in Winnipeg can be sure that the RCMP is not, never having had possession of their device, extracting data from it.
Using these tools, that's correct, yes.
But we won't get into what other tools you may have at this point, because that would be another study.
Oh, fucking the shit, man. I hate you. I absolutely hate you. And you're gonna go anyway. Yep. Big fucking surprise there. Please, I'm begging you.
Supercharge your business.
Yeah, Shopify, which everybody obviously uses, whatever. advertise small U.S. money.
Well, European lawmakers are reportedly considering banning and sanctioning Tucker Carlson over his interview with Russian President Putin. It almost sounds fake. I mean, it sounds like fake news, or it sounds like a Babylon Bee headline. But no, it's real because he is apparently aiding a war criminal, according to the EU members of Parliament. A former Belgian Prime Minister, current member of the European Parliament, who is calling for the EU to impose a travel ban on the former Fox News host, as they say, told Newsweek, so Newsweek called up, and I guess was calling around Parliament all over the EU, hey, what about that Carlson? What do you guys think?
How dare he travel abroad to a place we don't like?
Yeah,
Like
calling
as
him
if
a
we do not
mouthpiece,
have Russian people
for
in
former
Canada.
President Trump, and a mouthpiece for Vladimir Putin, and therefore he's assisting a war criminal, and then he should be arrested, sanctioned, wind up like Julian Assange. Really? Is this what we're talking about now? And there's
already been sanctioned for interviewing George Bush or Obama or
right,
Cheney.
Right, yeah, I sat down with Dick Cheney. He's a war criminal. You should be locked up for interviewing a war criminal.
That's a good point.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like, let's say, like, benefit of the doubt. Let's say, okay, he is. He's allowed to be if he wants to be. Like, what the hell? Like, if I wanted to be a mouthpiece for somebody, I'm allowed to do that. Isn't that sort of like constitutionally protected?
Right, you think?
I would think.
Well, you're constitutionally protected in the United States, right? But I guess in the European Union, of course, they don't really have those liberties, right? So I guess they can. We've seen this in Germany, going after journalists for their reporting in Ukraine. We've already seen that, and so there's a number of countries now in the European Union that are specifically doing that. So they don't have the same freedoms that the United States enjoys. Anders Aslund tweeted this just a few minutes ago. Yes. The EU, he's an author, writes about Putin. He says the EU should sanction Tucker Carlson because he is no journalist, but a leading Kremlin propagandist. The EU has rightly sanctioned a score of leading Kremlin propagandists and many Europeans for various reasons. It would be a mistake not to sanction Tucker Carlson. I mean, just let that sink in for a second. He's supposed to be an academic, right?
And he's gone over the European Union. He didn't even stop in the European Union. So what does this have to do with Europe at all, other than the fact that they're so willing and desperate to sell a war?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know what else I find funny about the whole thing? It's like a lot of the criticism that these people give about Putin is how he treats journalists. I mean, that's like one of the biggest criticisms. Like, look at what he killed journalists. Look what he's done to journalists.
Right.
And then that's what they're calling for on a journalist.
Yeah, I guess they're saying that about him. I mean, and so meanwhile, the mainstream media is losing their mind too. So it's not just the political class. Mainstream media around the world. It's not just the United States. It's BBC. They're losing their minds over Tucker announcing that he's completed an interview with Putin. They're calling him every name in the book, of course. Far right-wing propagandists, Putin stooge. They can't handle it. And they're mostly pissed about this part, at least the mainstream media is. They're mostly pissed about this part of Tucker's statement last night. Watch.
And yet the populations of the English-speaking countries seem mostly unaware. They think that nothing has really changed. And they think that because no one has told them the truth. Their media outlets are corrupt. They lie to their readers and viewers. And they do that mostly by omission. For example, since the day the war in Ukraine began, American media outlets have scores of people from Ukraine, and they've done scores of interviews with Ukrainian President Zelensky. We ourselves have put in a request for an interview with Zelensky. We hope he accepts. But the interviews he's already done in the United States are not traditional interviews. They are fawning pep sessions specifically designed to amplify Zelensky's demand that the U.S. enter more deeply into a war in Eastern Europe and pay for it. That is not journalism. It is government propaganda. Propaganda of the ugliest kind, the kind that kills people. At the same time, our politicians and media outlets have been doing this, promoting a foreign leader like he's a new consumer brand,
not a single Western journalist has bothered to interview the president of the other country involved in this conflict, Vladimir Putin.
River Deep Mountain High on our Rumble chat says, because they're watching in Australia right now, breakfast television in Australia. Good morning down there, down under. Says there's no mention of any war or Tucker on breakfast television here in Australia. Yeah, isn't that shocking?
What?
You have to go to the alternative media. You literally can't get this in your mainstream media, and they won't allow it. They won't cover it. They won't tell you the truth about what's going on.
You know, last night when this broke, I watched this and I thought, sounds reasonable, because the mainstream media has been lying about the war in Ukraine, but they don't know it because mostly they don't study. They just take what the White House says for its word and they run with it, and they are so committed to the Putin is a madman narrative that they don't dig for themselves. And so they are largely ignorant. So I thought to myself, well, maybe they'll dig when they see this. What can you say against someone that says we should hear all sides? Maybe this will shut them up. The lengths to which they have gone to discredit this and make it so that you don't watch it really upset me this morning. It was the first thing that I sort of consumed this morning while looking at to write the newsletter. And I just couldn't believe how dishonest and ignorant and how committed to ignorance they are in their attempts to discredit this before they've seen it.
Yeah.
It made me really, really sad, actually.
I'm just waiting for Rachel Maddow to do her little piece. Like, we were going to play some of the clips of the Tucker Putin interview, but we feel like we can't be putting out this information because it's false and we don't want you guys to see it.
We'll put it through our
do that.
We'll put it through our sieve,
And we'll tell you what you should see.
Yeah.
Right.
So that clip I just played of Tucker, where he's basically talking about interviewing Putin, and of course them lying and how these media outlets are corrupt. That's what made them upset. That, of course, video has now been watched tens of millions of times, not just on his own Twitter feed, but it's been repurposed all over the world.
You know what else this made me think of is the fact that Tucker Carlson now is a template for a mainstream media journalist who's fired on the eve of war. And we had that already in Phil Donahue. Phil Donahue didn't have the reach of the internet to then say, well, then I'm going to tell you what you're not being told. I'm going to tell you the things that I was fired for trying to say. He didn't have that option.
Yeah, he was anti-war, Phil
Right.
Donahue. Yeah, he spoke out against war. He called BS on globalists.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Donahue did. He called BS on warmongers.
Right.
And
so we're now seeing the beauty of the internet. I know there's a lot of ugly around the internet, but
Yeah.
the fact that he can say, nobody was going to put Phil Donahue on the air to give him this chance.
This is the Streisand effect on steroids.
Yes.
That's what this is.
Yes. Yeah.
For those of our audience that don't know what the Streisand effect is, can you explain?
Well, it had to do with her home on the. Oh, you want to go ahead?
Or David, who brought it up?
You go ahead. No, it's fine.
You go ahead.
Okay, so it's just basically there was I can't remember like the exact situation where Barbara Streisand was getting ridiculed or whatever, and she tried to hide the information, and then by trying to hide it, it got elevated. And so anytime somebody tries to hide information, the opposite happens and it ends up getting more coverage than they wanted it to. So that's now called the Streisand effect.
I believe it was specifically her mansion on the cliffs of Southern California that she didn't want it publicized, or the address or where it was or the size of it or something like that. It's trying to
Yeah, it
hide
was
something.
something small and crazy like that, but yeah, then it just completely exploded and everyone knew.
All right, let's get back to this clip. So the clip that I just showed you, let me just refresh your memory. Tucker talked about the corrupt media outlets, and he talked about the problems with journalists not wanting to interview Vladimir Putin, or at least not trying to get that side of the story out. They've been fawning over Zelensky for many, many years now, cover of Time magazine. So that part of it really set their hair on fire, really set these journalists' hair on fire. So here's just a sampling of their responses today. Take a look at this tweet from this guy. Please stop saying that Tucker is interviewing Vladimir Putin. Putin is just paying Tucker to spread his propaganda. He's Putin's mouthpiece, as the cartoon depicts here. Well, no, Putin did not pay Tucker for that. Here's another one. Stephen Moran says, make no mistake, Putin's poodle, Tucker Carlson, is a sub-Benedict Arnold piece of Shiite. Okay, so Benedict Arnold, I mean, literally, really? An American, turncoat who, then goes to Britain as a result of his turncoatness. Really? That's what you're comparing him to? One of the greatest known traitors in American history? Really? He's a traitor to the American people? If you think about that in those terms, what you're saying is that Tucker Carlson going to interview Vladimir Putin to get truth out, perhaps, maybe, we don't even know the interview, right? What is spending tens of billions of dollars to funnel into this war machine and this propaganda machine to get us into a world war, that's anti-American? Really? To me, I mean, that's pro-American, because you're asking the question, well, how does this benefit the United States to throw tens of billions of dollars into Ukraine and to have an entire country destroyed on the backs of NATO aggression? That's a good question. I would want to know that. And then Christian,
that's good.
Okay.
Well, I was going to say really quick, and that's Twitter. So I noticed that you didn't click on the second tweet after those main tweets. I'm sure they cited all their sources to show that Putin has paid Tucker, right? Like they probably have all the information posted there that's cited, so we can check it out.
No, they didn't. They didn't have any of that. It's literally, yeah. I mean, so they don't have any of that. Christiane Amanpour tweeted this. You know, she's a journalist from CNN. She says, "Does Tucker really think we journalists haven't been trying to interview President Putin every day since his full-scale invasion of Ukraine? It's absurd. We'll continue to ask for an interview just as we have for years now." Okay, so she's saying that they've been asking Putin every day to be interviewed. That's interesting. So why did they turn you down? Is it because of your totally one-sided biased reporting on other major world events like Syria, for instance? As Syrian journalist Kavor Kalmasian tweeted about this, about Christiane Amanpour, because you have a track record of not really doing journalism, but rather delivering threatening messages from the American deep state. What is he talking about? Here's a sampling of exactly what he's talking about, his interview with Bashar al-Assad. Take a look.
Mr. President, you know the rhetoric of regime change is headed towards you from the United States. They are actively looking for a new Syrian leader. They're granting visas and visits to Syrian opposition politicians. They're talking about isolating you diplomatically and perhaps a coup d'etat or your regime crumbling. What are you thinking about that?
I feel very confident for one reason, because I was made in Syria, I wasn't made in the United States, so I'm not worried. This is a Syrian decision, should be made by the Syrian people, nobody else in this world. So we don't discuss it in Syria.
What would happen, do you think, if there was an alternative to you? Who is the alternative to you?
It could be any Syrian, any national Syrian, and we have a lot. I'm not the only person who is eligible to be president. We have a lot of Syrians. So we don't have any problem about that. But no Syrian will be allowed to be president if he's made anywhere outside our borders. This is a Syrian principle.
So, you know what the regime, all it talks about regime change. They want you out of here. They want you out of here. Who would be a good replacement for you?
This is not even the most egregious. We've seen her coverage of Israel, and it's just abominable. It just basically is all about how the United States needs to continue to support Israel. No questions asked, civilians be damned. And, you know, even if it gets horrific, more horrific than it already is, what are we going to do? Because we have to keep doing it. There's no critical thinking in her coverage of that conflict. We've gone over it and over it and over again. Over it.
I was going to point out that I feel like she said it right in her tweet. She calls it an invasion when we've learned that it's more of a liberation than an invasion, right? So like that alone, anybody who called it an invasion, in my opinion, has not been educated.
That's a really good point. I missed that. You're right. She's missing the nuance of this conflict, which is that is in and of itself a repeat of state lies.
So BBC is also pissed. Steve Rosenberg said this. He works for the BBC. Okay. Steve said, "Interesting to hear Tucker Carlson claim that no Western journalist has bothered to interview Putin since the invasion of Ukraine. We've lodged several requests with the Kremlin in the last." Always a no for us. Always a no for us. I wonder why the BBC, the biggest propaganda newsroom in the world, arguably, they turned down for an interview. I don't know. By the way, this is the same British government, the state-run media, that literally told the Ukrainian government, talked them out of a peace agreement. You're going to invite the state, you're literally inviting the government of the United Kingdom into the Kremlin for an interview? Really? Okay, maybe.
Well, and also selective editing, like these channels like CNN, BBC, they're infamous for selective editing.
Oh, of course. Yeah, you'll never see the full. So Jen Psaki had this to say, you know, former mouthpiece of the Biden regime, the warmongering Biden regime, had this to say, listen.
It might be worth asking yourself, since it is getting pretty serious, what is this really about? Why do I hate Putin so much? Has Putin ever called me a racist? Has he threatened to get me fired for disagreeing with him? So why does permanent Washington hate him so much? If you've been watching the news, you know that Putin is having a border dispute with a nation called Ukraine.
Border dispute is certainly one way to characterize a major military invasion. Of course, Carlson is now just another far-right conspiracy peddler with a show on the internet. He's no longer on Fox, as we all know. And he's apparently been spending the last few days in Moscow for some reason. Who knows? We don't know why. He has to stay relevant somehow, so I guess we'll learn in the coming days. Maybe.
Jealous much? And how? Yeah, study the conflict then. That is so upsetting.
Yeah, has to stay relevant somehow. His numbers, his viewership numbers, absolutely destroy your viewership numbers, Jen Psaki. Has to stay relevant somehow. Our show here on YouTube and Rumble has better numbers than most of the MSNBC broadcast numbers. Here on YouTube, our show has to stay relevant, Jen Psaki. Really?
One piece of Tucker's content probably gets more views than her show does in a year.
Yes.
Most likely.
Absolutely.
She doesn't do that in even a month. Even she won't.
But even let's talk about the substance of it, right? Because who is she interviewing? She's interviewing, you know, intelligence community shills who are on the payroll, part of the deep state. She's interviewing, she's interviewing.
She interviews
White House.
Rachel Maddow.
Right. She interviews
Someone
Joy
who's
Reid.
another journalist on her show to get her on her network to get her take. It's a, I hate to use this term. It's a circle. You know what?
Circle.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same word. That's
Yeah,
what
it's
it
like,
is.
An ugly term.
Who from our network at MSNBC could we have on our show this afternoon to really get to the heart of the matter? Or we could go interview Assad, or we could go interview the president of Iran. By the way, Lester Holt did that last year. By the way, where is the crime of Lester Holt from NBC News, who went and sat down with the president of Iran? I mean, the list is endless for the people that sat down with world leaders and who have then come back into the United States. It's unbelievable that they would have this moaning outrage, and they haven't even seen the interview yet. That's the best part of it. The interview drops tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern time on Tucker's channel, by the way. Tomorrow, I think it's 6 p.m. Eastern time, right? So they haven't even seen the interview yet, and they're crying about it.
I mean, I would like to volunteer as a guest. If you'd like someone to make an argument on your network that this is it not an unprovoked invasion, but something completely different than that, and I'll bring my maps, and I'll bring my history lesson, I am available. So if you don't want to just interview people who are already on your network, now I get it, I'm an alumni. I was on MSNBC before. I will come back. I'm available so that you don't think it's so funny, the idea of a border dispute. I just would like to put that out there.
Well, hold on a second, because our time might be split. If Erin Burnett over at CNN wants to have anybody here from Redacted on her show, we'll educate her about what's going on in the world and what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Russia, and what's happening geopolitically in the Middle East right now. Erin Burnett, of course, a mouthpiece of the deep state and CNN. This one really takes the cake. I think Erin Burnett calling Tucker a member of the MAGA GOP and worse. Watch.
Said. A massive shakeup in Kyiv coming as Putin is trying to court the MAGA GOP in the United States. In fact, one of the leaders of the MAGA GOP is in Moscow tonight. It's the man you see here with the MAGA leader Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson. Possibly there in Moscow to interview Putin. Definitely there as a Putin-supporting celebrity. Just listen to how Russian state media is breathlessly celebrating his visit.
Independent journalist Tucker Carlson flew to Russia from the U.S. via Turkey to Vnukovo Airport. He saw Spartacus Ballet at the Bolshoi Theater. had lunch in a nice restaurant, went for a ride around town, rode the subway. He charged his smartphone via USB port and connected to a fast and free Wi-Fi internet.
He charged his phone, although they're knowing the details about the fact that it was during USB port may give him reason to think twice about all of this. But look at them talk.
First of all, just a side comment on that. How is that breathlessly praising his arrival? They literally giving him like a point by point of what he did. If the Pope arrived in the United States, if I was on the air at Fox News at the time when the Pope came to Philadelphia, I would have said, first he went here, he went to Independence Hall, he then went to the Liberty Bell, he then met with a group of Girl Scouts or Boy Scouts who
They cover where Taylor Swift has lunch before a Chiefs game.
right.
That's news.
And also, to me, that sounded more like he was praising like the infrastructure in Moscow. Like he
We
went
have
to
great ballet.
he went to the ballet, which we're known for. He went and he saw our subways, which we're proud of because they're clean and they don't have homeless people defecating on top of rats with a pizza. Like, he was like, it was almost like he was breathlessly praising Moscow, not so much Tucker Carlson. Anyway, back to the video. I'll say what. Sorry, go ahead.
Talking about him like a celebrity. Everything he does on camera, breathlessly repeated. Now, it is unclear if an interview between Putin and Carlson will take place, but if it does, it gives Putin a chance to sit down with a big supporter.
Le festival Crêpes à volonté de Cora, c'est une bonne occasion de se rassembler, de se régaler de crêpes nature à volonté pour seulement $10. Ça, c'est généreux. Offert dans toutes les salles à manger Cora jusqu'au 11 février.
So it might be worth asking yourself, since it is getting pretty serious, what is this really about? Why do I hate Putin so much? Has Putin ever called me a racist? Has he threatened to get me fired for disagreeing with him? Does he eat dogs? These are fair questions, and the answer to all of them is no. Vladimir Putin didn't do any of that.
I love that.
I'll actually always remember what.
That's the same freaking clip that these guys want to keep using over and over again.
What did he do to you?
Like Jen Psaki plays the same thing.
Right.
You know, what did he do to you? And I love the breathlessly. He just breathlessly praises, you know.
That's what I meant when in our text message this morning, like the memo went down. The memo from the top went down to all the news agencies, and so we're going to see this same exact clip, this same exact story over and over and over again until
breathlessly.
Yeah.
Watching that clip, I was standing in Ukraine 48 hours before the war began there. Well, Carlson then stood by Putin consistently all the way through, and that is why he can go to Moscow now without any fear of being summarily imprisoned. He's a hero. This was Putin's mouth state, somebody who had turned a blind eye to the atrocities committed by Putin as if they were happening far away. Once vibrant towns turned to ruins, mass graves with dozens of bodies in the Kyiv suburbs, a theater full of innocent women and children sheltering, bombed, despite the giant world's children written on the roof. More than 200,000 Ukrainian soldiers killed or injured. And tonight, Putin is trying to seize on the fact that Zelensky's military appears to be in turmoil, capitalizing on a moment of intense American political dysfunction and intensifying.
Silver Charm in the chat says she eats dogs.
She's just randomly throwing out things, you know. Child dead, roof collapsed.
Oh, I'm so curious though. Did you miss the 2 civilian bombings that Ukraine carried out in the last 2 months? Did you miss that? One was at a bakery and the other one was at a farmer's market.
I'm sure she told
Did
me.
you know about that?
Yeah.
Because you were in Ukraine 48 hours before the war began. So I'm just curious if you caught all the civilian attacks that had been for precedents of 10 years. So curious. Or did you just get the ballet tour that was in Ukraine?
Wouldn't it be amazing if she did the opposite and just rattled off all of the things that actually happened? Like, Minsk agreement shattered, peace agreement destroyed, hands of Ukraine.
Zelensky ordering an attack on Crimea.
Yeah, state media destroyed, gone, blocked, sold off. Churches closed, priests taken out. A journalist killed, by the way, U.S. journalist. Where's Aaron Burnett's outrage at U.S. journalists being killed in Ukraine? It's a good question. Does she cover Gonzalo Lira at all on her channel? I didn't see her cover that at all.
She's sitting in a multi-million-dollar studio, and we're in a small studio. Tucker's in a small studio, but we can at least focus our cameras. She was not in focus that whole segment.
That's what was bothering you? Okay.
Yes.
While we're at it, I didn't like that blowout.
I'm in my attic. We have more viewers than CNN does, which I'm proud of. So yeah, that's how the mainstream media is responding to this. Are you guys subscribers here to the channel? We're live every day at 4 p.m. Eastern here on this channel. It's and again, I was messaging with Tucker about what he was seeing in Moscow, and he was saying the story that people don't understand. And he was saying, I can't believe how clean the city is, how beautiful it is. And he said, he was going shopping, and then we saw some photos today of him actually doing that. So going grocery shopping. And he said, I think the sanctions here have made Russia tremendously stronger, much stronger than the West even knows about, which is amazing.
If that would be true of his own personal sanctions, if that became a thing, it would strengthen his brand. If an entire block of countries decided, because you did this and we don't stand for free speech, we will sanction you, meaning you cannot have any assets inside the European Union or else we'll take them, or we will make it so that you cannot no longer travel inside the European Union, there would be a revolt if that actually happened. One, because it would sort of bastardize everyone who's an American passport holder, make them think that if the European Union doesn't like what you do, you can be punished. It also would just weaken the American passport, so it would put egg on the face of the State Department. So I don't see that happening, but the fact that it's even being suggested. But again, it would maybe we could call this the Trump effect, is the more the mainstream hates you, the more. So perhaps that would be the case.
Yeah, I mean, who the hell's watching CNN and MSNBC anyway? I mean, no one's watching those crap channels unless you're at the freaking airport. You're stuck watching it. It's garbage. But anyway, let us know your thoughts on that. I just saw someone in the chat say, did Gonzalo Lira die? Matt did. Yes, he was killed by the Ukrainians in their prison system. So yes, that did happen.
I was just going to point out really quick also, like we're Maddow, like obviously they're not even keeping the viewers, the small viewership that they have happy, because she came back and like retracted after they didn't show Trump. She's like, we're going to show it this time because they got so much backlash from their own audience that they had to make that decision to show him talking the next time when they didn't the first time. And just dudes make that decision, they had to have got a ton of backlash. So their audience is dwindling.
Last night when we talked about how there is this pending interview coming, we talked collectively about how maybe we are wrong. Maybe we on Redacted have missed something. Maybe we're not right about certain parts of the conflict, and we will learn them from this interview with Putin. That, I think, is how the mainstream should approach this. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe there's something to learn. Maybe you missed something. It's possible. There's no humility here. They're like, oh no, we will learn nothing. We're just going to crap on you for doing this in the first place. So,
but I think the difference is they're wrong intentionally. That's the difference. If we're wrong, it's unintentional. They are wrong intentionally because they have an agenda and a message coming down from a higher authority to tell them what to say. So it's intentional.
They're willfully ignorant about a lot of it.
Yeah, because mainstream media, if they're wrong, that means the government, like the U.S. government, was wrong. And you can't have that. The U.S. government won't admit they were wrong until like everybody that was involved is dead. That's the only time they ever come back and say, yeah, we probably shouldn't have done that, or we were wrong. They don't do it while anybody's still alive that can be outraged. So it's like they can't admit that they were wrong, because that means that the government was wrong.
Then you have a 20-year gap between when the thing happened and when you can say it was wrong now, like the war in Iraq. 20 years later, we can say that, but 20 years ago, you could not.
No,
and so that's why it feels increasingly dangerous to say right now, these wars are wrong.
We just got a super chat from PsyOps. Says, hey, did they give the same treatment to Dorothy Thompson, that other American journalist that interviewed Hitler? I don't think so. And they didn't give the same Dan Rather interviewing Saddam Hussein. 60 Minutes interviewing Saddam Hussein like 2 weeks before we went to war with him, when we were actively calling him a war criminal, literally, and holding up vials of stuff that we were going to go attack him. No, we didn't do any of that. Lester Holt, like I said, interviewing the president of Iran, No, this is just for Tucker
And
Carlson.
didn't Ronald Reagan sit down with Gorbachev? Like, I mean, what's the difference between a president sitting down with these people? You know,
They're hypocrites. They're just jealous. I really hope you enjoyed watching this video. You know, YouTube thinks that you'll actually like this next video right here. It's personalized based on your own viewing habits. So if you watch the video, please leave a comment. Let us know what you think about it. And we will see you next time, everyone.
Advil plus acétaminophène combat la douleur de toute façon.
The border continues to remain a politically potent issue going into the 2024 election season as both sides blame the other for refusing to fix the problem. During a quick meeting with the press on the way to Marine One, Biden said he couldn't do anything more on fixing the border unless a contentious new Senate bill made its way to his desk. Let's watch.
Have you done everything you can do with executive authority? Or is there more you can do after this putting on all I can do? Give me the power. I've asked for the very day I got in office. Give me the border control. Give me the people the judges. Give me the people who can stop this and make it work.
But Republicans disagree. They say Biden is willfully derelict in doing his duty to protect the southern border, and that states like Texas are forced to pick up the slack. Texas Governor Greg Abbott said as much on a Fox News appearance yesterday. Let's take a look.
This is the number one issue in America. Americans want a secure border. If Joe Biden federalizes our National Guard, that would be the biggest political blunder that he could make, and that's why I think he will not do it. That said, of course, I am prepared in the event that they do make such a blunder to make sure that Texas will be able to continue to secure our border.
Meanwhile, Republicans faced questions regarding former President Trump's role in stalling the previously mentioned border bill. The former president has openly said he thinks passing the bill is a mistake and has attacked Senator James Lankford over his collaboration with Senators Chuck Schumer in drafting it. Trump has openly urged his allies in Congress to block the bill, but when pressed on this by CNN's Manu Raju, House Speaker Mike Johnson seemed to deny that this was happening. Let's watch.
The former president has made it clear that he doesn't want you guys to move forward on this, and judging by his comments, he clearly wants to campaign on this issue. Have you spoken to him about the Senate proposal, and are you simply trying to kill this to help him on the campaign?
No, Manu, that's absurd. We have a responsibility here to do our duty. Our duty is to do right by the American people, to protect the people. The first and most important job of the federal government is to protect its citizens. We're not doing that under President Biden. We have only a tiny, as you know, razor thin, actually a one vote majority right now in the House. Our majority is small. We only have it in one chamber, but we're trying to use every ounce of leverage that we have to make sure that this issue is addressed. I have talked to former President Trump about this issue at length, and he understands that. He understands that we have a responsibility to do here. The president, of course, President Trump wants to secure the country. President Trump is the one that talked about border security before anyone else did. He ran on, as you remember, building the wall. Why? Because he saw this catastrophe coming. He knew that if we did not get control of it, we would be in this situation. And that's why President Trump took executive actions. He used his executive authority to get that system under control. President Biden came in reflexively and did exactly the opposite. And that is what has caused this crisis. It is well documented. I'm happy to share with you all, if you haven't seen it yet, our documentation of the 64 actions they've taken. At least half of those, more than half, could be immediately reversed with a stroke of a pen. Joe Biden refuses to do it, and it is outrageous to us. Just
House GOP efforts to seemingly quash the bill come as Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas faces 2 articles of impeachment over what Republicans have said is a failure to prevent an invasion at the southern border. Yeah, again, maybe you can help me understand. The posture that Republicans are taking right now is to say, here's a bill that addresses the border crisis in a, frankly, I think objectively much more meaningful, you can call it more conservative, whatever way than the kinds of policies Democrats have agreed to in the past. And I think the extreme nature of the bill that Democrats say they're now behind is reflective of how desperate they are to pass to funding for Ukraine and Israel. That being said, the posture of the Republican Party right now is no, we don't want to take this deal. We don't want to take this bill, not citing any evidence that they think they can get a more aggressive bill or that there's much in the way of specifics that they want that's not in this bill, but just saying that they want Joe Biden to do it via executive authority. So you have legislators saying that they would prefer a Democratic president using executive fiat to do something, shut down the border, rather than taking what is in their power to get enormous amounts of billions of additional funding for border guards, get more administrative law judges to process these asylum claims so people aren't caught and released as so many people have complained about. And all of this, that would be an enormous benefit to people addressing what Republicans are describing as a crisis, which is a historically high number of border crossings happening right now. They're saying, no, we don't want that. We're going to keep fighting this out.
Well, obviously, some Republicans do want it. It's a Republican bill that was worked on that McConnell is in support of, and Senator James Langford put together.
Yeah.
And the problem is that a lot of conservative voters and media consumers and more conservative members who are loyal to Donald Trump oppose the bill for a variety of reasons. One being, obviously, they don't want to give Joe Biden anything to run on whatsoever that's positive. I think that's fair. But also, they don't think it goes far enough, frankly. They think any sort of putting into law that we will allow a certain number of illegal border crossings before more aggressive steps can be taken is something conservatives don't want. They want on paper to be there 0 illegal border crossings, and they don't want to commit that to law. They also don't want to fund Ukraine, for sure, is a major conservative issue. So doing McConnell wants to do it. Members of the Republican elite want to do it. A lot of MAGA don't anyway. So a bill that doesn't accomplish, from their standpoint, what they want on immigration, but also is tied to Ukraine funding, is a lose-lose, according to people who are still very loyal to Trump. And you can see in Mike Johnson's remarks there that Trump is against it, so they're against it.
Yeah, so I think that's a big part of the story. And Mike Johnson's denial that it is seems, just very uncredible given the very public statements Donald Trump has been making about wanting to shut down any Democratic legislative effort.
So it's still Donald Trump's party. He opposes this legislation, so they'd be crazy not to.
But I'm interested in having a conversation about what to actually do about the border crisis, because I don't know. I think most Americans are more invested in what's happening at the border and whether or not it is in fact secure than what is personally beneficial for Donald Trump. So on one level, it is a little bizarre to say. I can maybe see this argument if Donald Trump were doing very poorly in the polls, if he looked like he wasn't going to be able to beat Biden, if he needed extra juice in the fight against Biden, that maybe justified putting American citizens in a position, in his words, to suffer mightily because of this immigration crisis. I think that maybe he could justify that on that grounds. More important for me to be president because there's a whole kit and caboodle of things that I have to take care of. So sit this one out, America. You're going to have to suffer the vagaries I've been describing for years at the border because my electoral chances are more important. But he's not even in a desperate electoral situation. Quite to the contrary, he is excelling already. So then to say that I'm going to block Biden's this bipartisan border legislation, which I want to be really clear about. You keep saying, and people keep framing it as where it would allow this number of illegal border crossings. What this says is that currently under our immigration policy, people can come and they can claim asylum. We have we have legal rights to asylum in this country. What causes the backlog and what causes so many people who have not had their asylum claims vetted and processed to be here and undocumented is that there are not enough people to process those claims given the volume of people that have come across the border. So what the legislation does is it doesn't stop or not stop illegal border crossings. There's no way to just magically do that. We don't have a electric dog fence across the border. What it says is that normally you have to allow people to in and to hang around while we have their asylum claims processed. You're not allowed to just eject people from the country because we have certain constitutional protections for people who are seeking asylum rights. What this says is if border crossings are over a certain amount, then it kicks in. We no longer have to respect our constitutional obligations to address people's asylum claims. So regardless of if that is at 5,000 or at immediately. The argument, the zero argument is not that there will be zero border crossings. It's that we are going to absolutely reject this fundamental American asylum principle, the principles that are inscribed on the base of the Statute of Liberty, the principle that allows so many people to come here as they were fleeing persecution across the world, is they were basically going to reject our entire asylum system. And what part of Biden's bill is saying, we don't have to do that if we simply just fund our asylum system better, and we can process these claims in 6 months instead of the 5 years that it takes for people to get through. And then you wouldn't have all these people languishing here, uncertain of whether or not they have a real claim or not.
What Trump and his supporters, who are majority of the Republican Party, want is more of a total shutdown of the border, including the asylum claims. They want zero illegal border crossings. I think they're very skeptical of the asylum system in general. I think they think people are abusing that are claiming political asylum when they have no actual reason to do so, and are using that as a loophole to get into the country, and they want to put a stop to it.
But do you see how that's not shutting down the border in any way? People can come across the border and choose not to claim asylum.
They can come across the border and be immediately sent back. That's what Trump and his supporters want to do.
That's not what any of this is about. People can. No, it's not.
It is when
Robbie, can I just explain what I mean by that?
Okay.
What I mean by that is when if people come across the border, many of them choose to claim asylum, right?
Yes.
And they go to asylum centers and claim asylum. That even under the limits, whether it's a zero limit or 2,000 or 3,000 or 5,000 limit, people still have the right to do. Because nothing the Republicans are doing and can do in this moment eliminates the bedrock basic, the law already in place with respect to asylum. But the difference is people who don't choose to claim asylum at these specific asylum centers, as I understand it, they later, once they're caught, can say, "Oh, I'm claiming asylum," and that would implicate those people under this new Biden law asylum system. So Republicans are saying there's going to be zero crossings at the border. That's not, in effect, what this will do. All this will do is say that people who want to make that asylum claim have to just come across and go to an asylum center. They can still make the asylum claim and hang around. Or alternatively, you're still going to get people, as always has happened, who sneak across the border, disappear into the country, work under the table, and live their lives. But the idea that because some law goes into effect, those people are still going to be able to sneak across the border in the same way that they've always snuck across the border, it doesn't actually change the number of border crossings.
Bill says what Republicans want is that everyone caught crossing the border gets sent back home.
Right.
That's what they want. This bill doesn't do that, so they don't support it.
Right. But they don't have an alternative to get rid of this asylum law.
Okay, but they're not. That's why they're not going to support this bill.
Right. So what they're basically saying is they don't want to do any of the things that could actually address the crisis. Any of them. We're not even touched, by the way.
They think sending the people back when they're caught is the way to address it.
But that historically hasn't been the case. You have an incredible number of repeat attendees, right? People didn't come from thousands of miles away, oftentimes on foot and in different situations, to be dropped back in Mexico 100 miles away and not try re-entry again. There's a fundamental question here that's not being addressed about why so many people are fleeing their countries to begin with, which, as we discussed, has a lot to do with American foreign policy. But secondly, there's this question of why not try to address the fundamental crisis? Why not allow funding to process these claims and be able to reject finally, in a way with finality, people who really don't have asylum claims? Why not just say, fine, there's all of this billions of dollars of funding that Joe Biden is willing to say are going to go to our border guards and all these folks that were once characterized as American heroes because they're trying to patrol our border and keep it safe and to process these claims. Why not simply fund it so that this asylum process that frankly was one of the proudest things that our country, one of the proudest features of our country that enabled most of the American population here. Why shut that down instead of just funding it so that it can work, except for because you want a political stunt? And you don't really care about these bedrock American values. You just care more about your own electoral chances, which aren't even really threatened in this moment.
The conservative position is that the system doesn't need more funding. Joe Biden can make different choices that are under his jurisdiction to help bring this situation under control. And Republicans are not going to, the Trump aspect of the party wants much harder caps on how many people can enter the country, legally or illegally, frankly, reject the asylum system as a loophole, and don't want to fund it. any more intently. I'm just giving you this is not even particularly my view. This is the conservative consensus view right now, which I'm.
It's worth noting that Trump once used the same language to shut down the U.S.-Mexico border. He didn't follow through on it. It was criticized by Democrats at the time as being draconian and xenophobic. I'm reading some reporting from the AP that's going through some of the history of how this happened. And it says that the closest that Trump ever came was during the pandemic when he used Title 42 authority. Joe Biden, of course, got into hot water with his own party for not disabling that Title 42 authority, which allowed him to basically subvert the asylum process in the name of COVID. That ultimately expired before there was any constitutional review of that policy. But in so many ways, Biden has continued Donald Trump's immigration policy. I think what everyone's going to discover is that the spike in immigration has nothing to do with any rhetoric that's coming out of any administration, has nothing to do with any of these policies, except for the fact that conditions in much of the rest of the world are declining precipitously, largely because of American foreign policy. And if you want people who are desperate not to flee their homes that they don't want to leave, it's worth addressing that instead of acting like you can put barbed wire up at a border and expect to, through sheer force and violence, keep people from fleeing situations that are already so violent that they're willing to give up everything to leave them.
More Rising right after this.
Fuck, you're such a twat.
Il a fallu des générations à ma famille pour perfectionner le cookie café. Utile le savoir-faire de patates.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. Thank you for joining us today. We've got another great show to deliver, and I think we want to get right to it.
All right. Well, President Biden told reporters yesterday that he will hold Iran as responsible for the deaths of 3 soldiers stationed in Yemen.
Yes. I do hold responsible in the sense of supplying the weapons to the people who did it. We'll have that discussion. We'll see.
Nikki Haley, meanwhile, called for the outright assassination of Iranian leaders over the killings.
You're saying now's the time to hit Iran?
Now's the time to hit their leaders. It's different. Don't go and bomb the
What about
country.
their infrastructure?
The infrastructure in Iraq and Syria. You start with that first. You do the sanctions and you take out a couple of their leaders. That's the way
In
you
their
start.
country?
If they're in their country, or you do like Soleimani when they left the country, you figure out where they are. Our special operations can do that, and then you take them out. That will send a message. We've got to do this immediately.
Now, in case you missed it, one State Department spokesperson refused to confirm if there's any evidence that Iran is responsible directly for those soldiers' deaths.
Iran was behind the attack. What does that mean? Have you seen evidence of financing or directing anything specific to this attack? Not just generally, but specifically.
So maybe I need to clarify further from what Lita had mentioned. We know that Iran funds these groups, like Kataib Hezbollah. We know that these IRGC-backed militias are the ones responsible for attacks on our troops in Iraq and Syria. Beyond that, we're doing an intelligence assessment. We don't have. I can't give you today that. We just know that Iran funds these groups like Kataib Hezbollah and other groups that have attacked our forces, but I don't have more to share on.
Meanwhile, The Intercept's Ken Klippenstein reports that U.S. military personnel in Iraq are on standby to forward deploy to support troops in the case of on-ground U.S. involvement in the Israel-Hamas war, according to an Air Force personnel memo that he obtained. So I think first thing I wanted to note, So Joe Biden saying he's selecting targets, he's planning for reprisals. An interesting contrast with the Joe Biden from the year 2020, who I've seen this tweet reappearing everywhere. Maybe if we have it, we can put it up, but I'll read it from January 6, 2020 in response to Donald Trump drone killing Soleimani. Biden says, let's be clear, Donald Trump does not have the authority to take us into war with Iran without congressional approval. A president should never take this nation to war without the informed consent of the American people. I agree. The Joe Biden of 2020 was correct. What has changed between then and now? So I fully agree that, and we heard from Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis yesterday on this matter as well. Our troops were attacked, they were killed, and it is perfectly reasonable for the U.S. to respond to the perpetrators, to the militant group that did that. Now, these groups are supported by Iran. I think that's not very much up for debate, but whether that means that we should escalate hostilities with Iran itself is a very different matter. It's one that, again, would require congressional approval, for one thing. It's not just, we can't just start a war with Iran, and that seems to be something that Joe Biden has forgotten in the last 4 years.
When progressives, leftists, people who are broadly disaffected from the two-party system are harangued during election years and told that the reason they have to ultimately vote blue no matter who is because Donald Trump is a tyrant and a dictator, or whatever Republican happens to be up at bat at the time. He's a tyrant and a dictator and will do things like start illegal wars, escalate global conflicts, get us involved in nuclear brinksmanship and the like. I hope it puts to bed all of those arguments, this moment that we're in right now. And that tweet that you just read out, it has gone viral and gone viral for a reason. Because one of the most significant cudgels that Democrats used to get people who even back in 2020 were not enthusiastic about Biden to get on board was this idea that Trump was a uniquely irresponsible statesman who should not be at the helm. And what we have seen, in fact, is an escalation of global entanglement during the Biden administration, which outstrips, this is not in any effort to rehabilitate Donald Trump's record, which was also too hawkish for my liking, but it frankly outstrips what Donald Trump did. And so going forward, it's really unclear how Joe Biden can continue to hold himself out as anything other than the other side of the same hawkish bipartisan coin that has been ruling the United States of America for a really long time. And I really just want to go back to this initial point. The State Department has acknowledged, as we just saw in that clip, repeatedly that there is no evidence tying this attack to Iran. Saying that Iran funds these groups is akin to saying that whatever Israel does, as it is being plausibly accused of genocide, as it is digging up graves and sending people dressed in as patients and doctors into hospitals to assassinate folks in the West Bank, not even in Gaza, as it drops thousands of tons of bombs and destroys most of the housing in northern Gaza. All of those war crimes, you could say, are America's doing because we funded that war. You could say, in light of the government's choice to withdraw funding from UNRWA, because there are these accusations that 12 UNRWA employees participated on October 7th, but America did October 7th because implicitly we funded those 12 UNRWA employees that are being accused of the same. The logic of this extends to the most absurd of realms. But here we are, not just using that logic to justify any incidental strike or retribution, but doing so in the middle of a global context that is already escalating in a unwieldy and deeply dangerous way.
Right. I mean, the reality is that many of the terrorist groups, extremists in the Middle East, do in fact hold the U.S. responsible for the reasons you spell out.
Yes. Was 9/11 justified?
Right. Their thinking is that it is. Now, are we going to hold ourselves to different standards? I would argue that we should, and that the number one goal should be U.S., not even really a who's at fault, but a what is in the best interest of U.S. national security, and and also what follows the prescripts of the Constitution, which is that we can't just start a war with Iran. Now, Nikki Haley, interestingly enough, again, way too hawkish for my likings, but in fact, I mean, this is quite an indictment, but it sounds more restrained than some of the people we've heard from, including Lindsey Graham in recent days, who are saying that we should hit Iran now, meaning hit the actual country of Iran, hit Tehran. They said that. Dan Crenshaw said that. John Cornyn said that. Nikki Haley said we should hit the militia group, fine, and then we should also kill Iranian leaders the second they set foot outside the country, which is what we did with Soleimani. So again, that's the foreign policy she's putting out there.
What a
very
spectrum of
similar
options we have.
Right, similar to what Joe Biden has declared.
You're really damning her with faint praise there by saying that she compares favorably to Lindsey Graham and the like. But these are the options that are presented to us in our two-party system currently. We'll continue to follow updates on this escalation. Of course, so stick around. We'll have more rising for you after this.
What? You want with your face?
Well, down. He didn't go looking for it.
MSNBC's Joanne Reed had a hot mic slip-up while situation at the southern border yesterday. Let's watch.
You're a dog with a face.
Over the weekend, President Biden said he's ready to take action if Congress is serious about the southern border issue.
The face got a butt. The face got a
I'd
butt.
shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
Well, fix what, sir?
Get it done.
Fix the steps to get out of the state.
Now Reed addressed the moment later in the show and apologized.
Before we go, I just want to apologize very quickly. I was chatting during a clip that was playing, and we try to keep the show very PG-13, so I just want to apologize to anyone who was listening to my behind-the-scenes chatter. Deeply apologize for that, because it's PG-13 up around here. So thank you to people for watching the video.
No worries, Joy. I know that happens sometimes. While some are hopeful a border deal could make its way to President Biden's desk soon, former President Donald Trump seems hell-bent on making sure that never happens. On his website, Truth Social,
Jack, can you not sniff the
border
dirt?
It's not necessary to stop the millions of people pouring into our
That's
country.
what's I come.
They're using this horrific Senate bill as a way of being able
Why
to
would
put
you
the
do
border
that?
disaster onto the shoulders of the Republicans. The Democrats broke the border. They should fix it. No legislation is needed. It's already there. Trump appears to have allies in the Republican-controlled House, where Speaker Mike Johnson posted, quote, any
Didn't we have a great
shutdown
intern
authority
in our
that
house?
allows even one illegal crossing is a non-starter. Thousands each day is outrageous. The number must be zero.
Trump's aggressive stance against a border deal comes as Biden seems to recognize the severity of the crisis in the South. At a campaign stop in South Carolina, Biden said if the proposed legislation became law, he would shut down the border if necessary.
But also give me as president the emergency authority to shut down the border until we can get back under control. If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
When pressed on what shutting down the border actually meant, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre seemed unable to define it. Here she is at a presser yesterday. There are different definitions, right, of what that looks like, of what actually shutting down the border looks like, right?
So what does it mean?
The legislation is what's being debated right now. And what seems clear, even Republicans seem to be acknowledging, is that there's a lot of what they asked for in this, what is it, an $8 billion package. But what they're also telegraphing really loudly, not just in Donald Trump's Truth, but other Republican members of Congress, they're saying this is Kevin Cramer, Republican from North Dakota, quote, a border deal that actually reduced the flow of illegal immigration, that would be good for President Biden politically. And that seems to be the rub. There's this acknowledgement that to actually solve the crisis, which they have been focusing on, rightly or wrongly focusing on, and making one of the political priorities of Americans. Do something about it.
Acknowledgement.
Apparently, in their minds, give too much credit.
What?
You almost choke on that word. Acknowledgement.
Attack Biden with that particular talking point. It's ironic because I think, frankly, Biden, by conceding this bill to Republicans, will lose some support from his own base. And it's not clear to me that this is a bargain that's worth fighting, except for that he's obviously very invested in getting Ukraine funding, which is tethered to it, across the finish line. But that's the dynamic here. There are billions of dollars of funds to support local governments and their efforts to address the border crisis. And Republicans are saying, no, I don't want it, because why exactly? Because as the guest argued yesterday, and as Trump argued in that Truth Social message, well, they're saying Biden already has the authority to do whatever he wants to do. So they're basically saying, we want you to use executive authority and executive fiat to do X, Y, and Z, which, you know, maybe Biden eventually will do. But then what will be the response to that? You went around government. You are the authoritarian. You use executive fiat. They already attack Democrats regularly for using executive actions at all times. So it is becoming a very confusing game of hot potato here.
So I agree in part and I disagree in part. I think that, look, I'm not naive and no one should be naive. Of course, Republicans don't want to help pass the bill right now. They don't want to give Joe Biden any kind of win. They want to keep his momentum as a president is stalling, and I think political considerations are absolutely a part of this. Now, the guest we had on yesterday talked about, maybe people should go watch that interview, talked about things he thought that President Biden did have the authority to do right now, absent legislation that could help. Now, however, one reason that illegal border crossings are way up, and they are, I looked at the numbers, they are way up over the course of the last few years. Something at least to do with the expiring of that Title 42, the pandemic era policy.
Biden tried to keep that
finished. Yes. Sure. So, but that is an example of legislation. So if you want to keep that going, you could pass a law. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense because it was designed to keep COVID out of the country,
right?
Which is totally arbitrary. That is an example of an authority like that. I don't think President Biden. Well, I don't think any president should have the authority to expel people for that reason because it's a BS reason. All that said, look, the bill proposed has caps at 5,000, where we're debating what the actual caps are.
What are you doing?
But I mean, the Republican base, the conservative base, has been furious about illegal immigration for 20 years. That what they were mad about back in the aughts when it was kind of overlooked as an issue by Republican elites at the time. Zero is what the Republican base wants. So a bill that codifies or enshrines a threshold of illegal crossings, that then it's okay to do something about it. I think many Republicans, but not representatives, fighting this for political reasons, but the actual voters will be furious. And the way this is being received by conservatives, I'm reading on social media, is that Langford has committed one of the greatest betrayals of the Republican Party in recent memory. I saw all sorts of people talking about, like, why did Trump endorse this guy? Who were his opponents last time? Can we get him a new primary opponent? There is fury at him and at
You better not be eating shit off the floor. Come here. New shit face.
Again, I'm not, that's just the reality on the right. For my part, I don't.
Republicans are giving the game away by saying we're not going to endorse any border legislation
unless
the crossings are zero. There hasn't been a time since before human land bridge into North America, but border crossings between what is now Mexico and what's America has ever been zero.
There was a federal government then to stop that. There is now. They're saying in the policy.
At no day during the Trump administration was the immigrant crossings ever zero. At no day during any presidential legislative administration in the history of America.
Well, and on no days are there zero murders, but it's still the goal. The policy is zero murders.
This is like saying, I will pay you what you're owed on the day that you don't breathe. It's letting myself off the hook from ever having to pay you something that you are owed. Republicans are intentionally setting a bar that cannot be met. At no point are border crossings zero.
All right, so the bill sets a bar that they're not willing to accept.
Okay, fine.
They want to set the bar at zero. And again, this is not coming from me.
That's not true, Robbie.
Set the bar at zero.
That's not true.
And enforce it to get.
That's not true. They could say the new number is X, And that could be a potential reasonable number. They could look at, let's say, hypothetically, the average daily border crossings under Donald Trump, average it out over the course of the 4 years of his term, and say this is the number that at which all of the provisions in Biden's bill.
I mean, the border apprehensions are now.
Yeah, but I'm not disputing that, Robbie. The question is whether or not Republicans are obstructing legislation that could bring border crossings down, that already is very, frankly, draconian policy with setting a low number of 5,000, that if it's violated, kicks down to being like 3,500 for weeks until it's low below 5,000 for weeks and weeks and weeks, which is about on par for what the average border crossings were when Donald Trump was in office. But instead of saying that that's the number, or 2,000 is the number, or any other number that could be at all tethered to reality, they're saying if a single person, unless you can find a policy that magically prevents a single person from ever crossing the American border, we're not going to pass it. And that is plainly a political choice.
I mean, the policy, from my standpoint, just seems pretty arbitrary. Well, why 5,000? Why not 4,000?
It's all arbitrary.
Why not? Well, yeah, and it's so it's I don't want to support it then. I mean, and if it's a families, they're going to be dealt differently than if it's a single individual, and it depends their country of origin. We can send people back to Mexico, but we can't send them back.
That's not arbitrary at all. We treat families differently because of the public bipartisan outroar about the idea of families being separated. People think that's horrifying. People with families understand that that's horrifying. Trump got a lot of blowback for it, and nobody wants to go into that space again, Republican or Democrat. It's not arbitrary, it's humanitarian.
Well, I think Republican primary voters feel differently, but that's where the crux of the opposition to this policy.
Well, people who live in Texas and people who live in
they
parts of
don't
the
want
country that are actually
they want
being,
the border crossings brought down to zero.
yeah, they're not going to get it.
They're not going to get it if they co-sign this policy because it doesn't do anything until it gets 5,000.
Not true. First of all, border crossings are already over 5,000, so the policy would immediately go into effect. So what are you talking about? What the Republicans are saying is we're not doing anything. There's a horrible crisis on the border, but we're not going to do anything about it for 10 months. Because as much as we're hand-wringing about how this is a threat to national security, now ISIS is going to come over the border and all of the wild things that are being said, and the legitimate concerns that people have about safety and the burden on the social safety net and those kind of things, we're going to do nothing about it for 10 months because it's more important for us to get a few more jobs in at Biden, who's going to lose anyway in all likelihood, polls suggest, than to actually address the crisis that I'm purporting to think is so important. That's the stance of the Republican Party right now. It's a Republican Party in no uncertain terms that is thwarting any effort to address the crisis that they say is a public priority.
I think that's part of it, but also there is sincere opposition to this bill in particular for the reasons
If I say that I won't support any bill that doesn't achieve something that's unachievable, that's constructively saying there's no bill that I'm going to support.
I don't think it's unachievable.
Zero border crossings?
Well, it could say, I mean, the plan could say that there's a shutdown of the border until we achieve zero border crossings, which is what that's what Republican voters want. So they just want some Republican political leader to actually propose that and give that to them, which is why they picked Trump in the first place.
To shut down the border.
To have more border security, to have the barriers that the Supreme Court is ordering taken down so the Biden administration can get rid of them.
You know that the Supreme Court, because you sat here right now and agreed with me, you know that the Supreme Court's not ordering them to take any barriers down.
It's allowing them to take them down.
Federal border enforcement workers can do what they need to do to enforce the border without interference from state actors.
They're taking down the barriers.
They're taking down some razor wire that was put up. That
so
federal law,
more people.
So that because the federal law enforcement, border security agents were saying that it was impeding their ability to patrol and protect the border. That is the rationale. So you don't have to I remember the day when federal border agents were the heroes that one of people wanted to fund more. Now Republicans are saying don't fund them, don't help them, obstruct them, and that apparently is going to help the border crisis.
I'm not even giving you what my perspective is. I'm giving you what my understanding of the conservative perspective is. So you can take that or leave that. More rising after this.
les goûts à l'hiver avec un café infusé à froid avec crème à la pistache ou un latte à la pistache de Starbucks.
Are they saying the quiet part out loud? So speaking at the World Economic Forum, editor-in-chief of the Wall Street Journal, Emma Tucker, bemoaned the eradication of public trust in media and how journalists now actually have to show how they do their work. What a concept.
If you go back really not that long ago, as I say, we owned the news. We were the gatekeepers, and we very much owned the facts as well. If it said it in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, then that was a fact. Nowadays, people can go to all sorts of different sources for the news, and they're much more questioning about what we're saying. So it's no longer good enough for us just to say, this is what happened, or this is the news. We have to explain our working. So readers expect to understand how we source stories. They want to know how we go about getting stories. We have to sort of lift the bonnet, as it were, and in a way that newspapers aren't used to doing, and explain to people what we're doing. We need to be much more transparent about how we go about collecting the news.
And it's a stunning admission. Weirdly self-aware, not self-aware at the same time. But she's right that the mainstream media have been gatekeepers for a very long time. The online, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Twitter, whether it's the blogosphere dynamic, has disrupted the bloggers and gatekeepers that used to uniquely decide what kind of news and information the broader public saw. The proliferation even of news channels and mainstream news diversify that a little bit over the course of the last 30 years or so. And now we live in a place where there's a lot of information out there, and that's why we have this intense focus on the misinformation crisis. It's less about the quality of the information and the realization that the gatekeepers no longer have the ability to block the way they used to, and to curate exactly what news makes it through.
Yeah, everything she was saying there is descriptively correct. The question is, you're trying to read her tone.
Right.
It's a little bit like, she's saying this, and that's bad.
Right.
Whereas I would say everything she just said, and it has some downsides, but it has also a tremendous amount of positives that the media now feels, media institutions now feel pressure to explain how they arrive at their conclusions, how reporting works, why they choose to do the work that they're doing, and that they face robust competition from all corners of the media landscape, that there's a much broader and diversified ecosystem, including social media, including video, TV, radio, podcasts, and on and on and on, that there's no journalism. It was always wrong for journalists to see themselves as this elite credentialed profession, whereas you went to an elite school and you got a very special degree, and that made you now qualified to weigh in on affairs of state and the matters of the day. Actually, journalism is a craft. It's a practice. It's like weightlifting or something. You get stronger, you get better. The more you do it, the more you do reporting. Everyone is capable of doing it. People like Julian Assange have shown that there's no special category of people. Anyone who works to publish information that the public ought to know, that it's in the public interest, is engaged in the work of journalism, and that is a good thing that more people are doing that. The technology exists. That was the major innovation. That it used to just be very hard to run a newspaper.
To publish their own stuff independently.
Now it is easy. Anyone can do it, and I think that's better. And it has made the conversations wilder, and you have to be careful because there's a lot of wrong, false, misleading information out there, what the fact checkers and the misinformation people are always warning about. But the issue is there used to be false, bad information produced by the mainstream journalism institutions, and they didn't compete with each other as much, so they weren't calling each other out. Now we have this dynamic where there's an entire right-wing media apparatus, there's an entire left-wing media apparatus, there's the mainstream media, and there's all these platforms, and they're all fighting all the time. So you have to decide for yourself who you trust and which story you think is right. But that's better when it's all just a handful of companies saying the same things.
Yeah, and I wouldn't entirely poo-poo the concern of how do you understand what the truth is. I think you're right to say that wasn't a concern that was born fully grown out of Zeus's head overnight in the advent of social media. It has always been the case, but these days I do think there is perhaps more of an opportunity for bad faith actors to put stuff out there that they know not to be true, just simply because the economy is such that everybody has an opportunity to put everything out there. And I do think it's worth having conversations about how to have media literacy. It's something that used to be taught in schools more. How to assess what sources are, how to, be wary, especially in the age of AI, about manipulated images and deepfakes and those kinds of things. We've seen so much really conflicting evidence, for example, obviously come out of Gaza, where you have newsrooms making the choice, an editorial choice, to say to their writers, we must describe death tolls, let's say, as Hamas death tolls, or to describe Houthi fighters as Iranian-backed fighters, when there isn't the same kind of effort to say this is a U.S.-backed Israeli force, or to say these are IDF numbers or statements or whatever information is coming out of another party that obviously has its own interests and is self-interested, as all parties are. Right now, there's a story going on coming out of Australia where there's been no confidence vote for ABC Australian Broadcasting leadership, partly because they forced their employees to not use the word genocide, for example. So I'm also really interested within legacy media, the internal fights that folks are having about these standards that are coming from the top down that don't seem to be dictated by necessarily journalistic integrity, or saying we're going to let the editorial board say this, and these employees can say this, and these employees can say that, but having these top-down edicts. How can these institutions really lay any claim to any kind of journalistic integrity or objectivity when they're just pressing their own bottom line, as so many people are across these different platforms?
What did they say? They told the employees not to say the word genocide
Yeah.
in their reporting, or what?
Yes, the head, I think his name is Anderson, gave this following edict. He told the staff there had been a recent directive that the word genocide cannot be used to describe the Israeli military campaign in Gaza, even when quoting someone, without it being, quote, upwardly referred to a manager, but that, quote, we can talk to any of the victims of the Hamas October 7th massacre, which we should, and we put that to air. Quote, it's only ever one side of things that really has motivated me and I want to speak about. This is from a reporter who's talking to the press and frustrated about it, named Lyons. He said staff were also often, quote, thrown under the bus by management, and staff are beginning to self-censor as a result.
So the interesting thing, this coming up at Davos, obviously, where they were talking about this media reality. I did a radar last week that if you missed it, you should check out, about the misinformation concerns specifically. They always do a panel every year about misinformation now, and it got ranked actually as the #1 short-term global threat. The experts, the kind of people who go to Davos, very concerned about what you said, the ability of people to consume misleading news or misleading images or AI generated stuff. Of course, so far from looking at studies, people aren't as easily fooled as you might expect. There's a lot of more media literacy would always be good. I'm not saying I'm against it by any stretch of the imagination, but most of the research I've seen suggests that overwhelming majority of people can tell or don't share news that is absolutely made up, fake images or something. It's a small number of people who do it. It tends to be older Americans. Younger people are very adept at seeing through that kind of stuff.
It's hard for me to believe when you had, I'm sorry to keep bringing this up, but the 40 beheaded baby story gets so much traction that even the President of the United States of America was repeating it repeatedly from the podium, even though we subsequently have reporting that his own staff warned him against bringing up that particular quote. And we see it still being bandied about. There was a reference to multiple beheaded babies in the Israeli Defense in front of the ICJ a week or two ago. So, I mean, I take your point that it might be more overblown than people say.
Okay, I quit. Maybe you want to take a look at it later? Maybe you might want to take a swing at it later? Yeah, my joystick broke.
What?
The joystick broke. I cleaned it out with alcohol. I tried everything else is on it. Here's a flashlight. I cleaned everything out with alcohol. I tried to screw everything in, like if it can go any tighter, which it didn't really. Just to fix it. Because like I've been at this for a while and John would be very displeased. But I'm pretty sure the guy he bought it off of could probably repair it because he said that he could put Pac-Man on there, but it was too expensive. It was like $200 more for Pac-Man. It's this one, the black and yellow.
Yeah.
And it kind of does look like it's sticking out ever so slightly, but not really.
Everything seems fine.
That's what I said. It was very dusty in there. I tried to blow all of it out. The little metal flaps, whatever, that pushes up against it. I tried to get all up in there.
Well, this is not plugged properly.
What? No, because it's supposed to have the cap on it. The cap is on the chair
Everything
still.
looks fine.
That's what I said, but ever since the knob started kind of like unscrewing, because you should, if you think I beat the crap out of the Dom is significantly worse. Like, and it would not even be my fault if it did break because Dom beat the shit out of it way worse than I ever did. Like,
So the click happens.
yeah, because it's a little metal flap, and it when the cap pushes up against it, it hits the other metal. Anyway, even if it is broken, I'm sure the guy can fix it. It's weird, eh? I was gonna unscrew that, what do you call it? The black casing, maybe, but fucking. Might as well at that point just like fucking ask the guy to fix it.
I'm sorry, baby.
That's okay.
It's so simple. It's like nothing complicated.
I know. But I'll take the black casing off and see what's in there. Oh, maybe squirrel pea got in it and something's like corroded.
What? Squirrel pea?
Yeah, from my squirrel.
But it never went on that.
Oh, sometimes he got up there.
Oh.
He literally got everywhere. He got literally everywhere. That's why the cover or the bookshelf.
Yeah.
I took everything out, like, and fucking cleaned the bottom of everything. That's like tea high.
What? You're a dog.
Mm-hmm.
You was good because you moved.
Hurt to their face.
Hurt to their face.
I guess I'll have to start playing.
We better see if there's no more.
Like at all?
Well, they're all way too hard. There, you want to decipher through it, really?
Yeah, I'll try. Interesting.
The one I put back in the bottom is usually the one I can't break.
Okay. Here, I
struggle with this one. Do you feel judged a lot, or do you like to judge others and then feel guilty about it?
If you want to know how to properly use the concept of judgment in a healing and beneficial way, I'm going to explain that in this video. My name is Adam. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. Before we get started, please take a second to like and subscribe. And I just want to let you know I'm doing free breakthrough calls. These are 30-minute amazing calls where we go over your vision for your life, what's stopping you, what's blocking you, what's in the way, and how to step into your power finally and create your vision for your life. Okay, so now, judgment. get into judgment, I need to explain words and concepts and our associations that we have with them. So I want you to think about what a word actually means. What is a word? Essentially, it's nothing. It's a sound vibration. Now, when we say the sound vibration, there's an association and a belief system that we have to that sound vibration. This is the essence and kind of fuckery of language. It doesn't mean anything, but because we've made up so many things over so many thousands of years with these words, every time we say something, we react. We have a feeling. We have an imprint. Think of it as like some sort of cosmic database system where every time you say a word, you're like, your intention is kind of logging on to this system and activating this stream of energy and all the associations with it. And you're kind of hitting it and then feeling it. And sometimes it can cause you to feel very bad. But again, that has nothing to do with the word in and of itself. And in order to really make my point, I'm going to talk about swearing a little bit, okay? I swear a lot in my YouTube videos. I say fuck, I say shit. It's the edgy saying. I don't care. I like it. If people don't like it, I'm sorry. I love everybody, but I like it, and there's nothing wrong with it. Well, not too long ago, I got a negative comment, and I'm not mad at this person. I love her, but she did say something to the extent of, brother, please stop swearing. It's bad for your soul. Well, the thing with this is, no, it's not. That's actually just a judgment that she has. And in order to make my point, I want to unpack the word fuck a little bit. But before I unpack fuck, I want to ask you, when you say fuck, and just go ahead and throw out a fuck for me, please. Just throw out a big old fuck. And I want to see, when you say that, how do you feel? Feel into your body. Just go fuck and feel into your body. Do you feel a little ashamed? Do you feel a little constricted? Do you feel a little shut down and guilty and weird and negative and dark? Why? Is it because of fuck? Or is it because of the association that you subconsciously have with that word? Because here's the thing, fuck is also just a sound vibration. That's all it is. Fuck is simply an emanation of the vibration of love. Just like Jesus Christ, Mary Magdalene, Mother of God, piss, shit, cunt, cocksucker, those are all just love. But look at how much you react when you hear all those words together. Why? Let's now look for a second at what fuck means in some other languages, just to make my point. So fuck, in certain Asian cultures, and I'm not making fun of anybody here, this isn't racist, I'm just making a point, there are some people who are named fuck. F-U-K, fuck, that's their name. Now, when in an Asian culture, somebody says fuck to a person whose name is fuck, do you think they feel like horrible and awful and guilty? No, they don't. Why? Because they're just saying their name. They're just like, hey, fuck. It's just like saying, hey, Tom. I don't know, Tom in another language might be cocksucking motherfucker. But in American language, in English, it's just Tom. Well, fuck is just fuck. They don't have that feeling. In America, in English, we have that feeling. And even looking at what fuck even means in English doesn't make any sense, okay? Because think about it for a second. When you say fuck, you're generally using it in the same context as you would say darn. You drop some hot coffee in your lap, you go fuck. You could just say darn. What's the difference? There's no difference. There's zero difference except for the association that we have. Fuck also is used to in for sex. But it's okay to say intercourse, it's okay to say sex, but you can't say fuck. Why? I mean, I don't know why we're still talking, we still need George Carlin's 7 dirty words, but apparently people still need this information. Well, it's basically because of the judgment, the negative aspect of judgment, which I'll get to in a second, from many, many years of religious programming. So we were told that fuck was bad. We weren't even told why. Because it used to be that sex had a negative connotation, so you'd associate sex subconsciously with fucking feel guilty, but no one ever really associated darn with anything bad. So why was that bad? Because you were told that. And it also comes from the topic of the devil. Okay, swearing was associated with the devil. So anytime you swear, you think of the devil. And anytime somebody says, well, it's okay to say fuck and Jesus at the same time, they're like, oh, that's the devil. But Jesus would be like, no, it's not. Jesus was a lot smarter than the church. The church essentially is the Antichrist, believe it or not. Because Jesus knew it was all just love. The church didn't know that. So every time you swear, you're going back in time, logging onto the database, connecting to the vibration of your ancestors and all the programming that they had around going to hell and being the devil because they swore. You're activating that like a tuning fork inside your DNA in your body, and you're reacting. You can change that. Here's the thing, to be a real divine rebel, to be a real conscious rebel, you want to question this, because this is how the mind works with everything. You can change and transform your relationship to any word and any concept. And now I want to talk about judgment for a second. What is the concept and the association that we have with judgment? Well, it's very punishing. It's very condescending. Judgment to us has a harshness. It has a you're bad, and that is also, it comes very much from religion too. It comes from the concept of judgment day. It's like you do this and you go to heaven, you do this, you go to hell and you burn in hell forever. And there will be a day of judgment where every behavior you have is raked over the coals. And if you fuck up even a little bit, you're going to hell. So judgment we associate judgment with harshness, condescension, putting others down, thinking they're less than, arrogance, and ultimately torture. Okay, but it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. So what is a higher vibrational, more benevolent version of judgment? Well, the first thing we want to understand with that is, as the paradigm of the earth shifts, as the paradigm of our consciousness shifts from kind of the dark, shadowy, punishing aspects to the lighter, brighter, more healing aspects, we transform concepts overall. So instead of what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong, we want to start looking at, well, what works and what doesn't work. And just feel that for a second, because we live in contrast and we need to know what we like and what we don't like. And there's nothing wrong with not liking something. And there's nothing wrong with looking at a system and being like, you know what, this just doesn't work. Yeah. Well, the essence of judgment, the proper or the healthy use of judgment is just to notice that. You don't have to have the attack with it. You don't have to have like the anger and the rage. So the anger and rage is valid, but you don't have to have the harshness, the condescension, and the punishment. You can just simply go like, I don't really like this. Yeah. How do I improve it? See, the essence of judgment is the beginning of improvement. It's in order to know what you like, in order to know what works, in order to solve a problem, you have to know what the problem is and you have to know why it doesn't work. So next time you feel like you're being a little bit judgmental or harsh on yourself, just look at, well, what is it that I'm trying to improve? And how can I improve myself without hating myself? How can I accept myself as being this perfectly imperfect being who's just here to learn? You never can get it right. You never can be perfect. There's always improvements that can happen everywhere. And like, if you think about our society right now, there's a shit ton of things that can be improved. There's a shit ton of things that don't work. And even with things that do, you can even take one of the most beautiful buildings or pieces of architecture in the world and be like, that's magnificent. And yet I can find some ways to improvement. That's a form of judgment. It's just a form of looking at how to make something better. So the goal here is to bring the shadow, as always, into the light. Instead of suppressing, repressing, and resisting parts of ourselves and society as being bad or less than and needing to be shamed and blamed and cast aside, we open our hearts to it. We look at it through the lens of love and acceptance, but we also acknowledge, well, there's room to do this better. Because there always is, and that's okay. So how are you judging yourself? How are you condemning yourself? And how can you start to look at where you can just make things a little bit better? How are you condemning society? And where is it valid that you see issues and you see problems because, oh, they're there? But how can you just turn the lens a little bit and transform your association with judgment to start to look for the improvement? And a good goal is to learn how to link the judgment with the improvement. Because a lot of times in separation, the two sides of the paradigm were disconnected. So we just judge and we stay in judgment. We're just like, fuck this and fuck that, and I hate you, and that's it. We never go to how do you solve the problem, and that's the essence of victim consciousness. How do you link judgment to grace, to beauty, to evolution, to expansion, and to love? Because again, when you see that it preempts those things, you start to connect it to those things, and it starts to become one with them. And then that's really how you transform any perception. And this is the essence of transformation. It's the essence of alchemy, and it's the essence of being a divine, loving rebel. Looking every time you have these associations with things and these reactions in your body, and these critiques about yourself, about the world, and going, where does this come from? Somebody just programmed me to think this way. Well, that doesn't work. I don't want it anymore. I'm going to reframe this. I'm going to write a new story. Let me know what you think of this. Let me know how this goes. Please like and subscribe to the channel. Let me know if you have any questions, revelations, or breakthroughs or problems. And if you still think I'm going to burn in hell for swearing, other than that, thank you so much. I have a free energy clearing in the description below. I look forward to next time, and peace.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Dangerous Ideas. I'm Lee Camp. We're doing it. It's happening. Thank you for being here. The video footage you can see over my shoulder here has been posted by UNWA, the massive UN aid agency that is being defunded by the U.S. and others. The footage you're seeing is, of course, of Gaza, of the genocide being perpetrated there. Unbelievable footage of the mass destruction. 60-70% of all buildings in the entire region have been destroyed or damaged. The damage and the amount of the tonnage of the bombs being dropped is greater than 3 atomic bombs. I don't know if we're up to 4. Maybe we're up to 4 Hiroshima bombs at this point. Anyway, I'm going to be getting into some of the amazing amounts of evidence that Israel has brought forth UNWA, which they have successfully, it seems, gotten largely defunded. The amazing amount of evidence that Israel has that 12 members, although that number has been decreased, were involved in October 7th. Just hordes and hordes of evidence that Israel has, #sarcasm. I'm going to be getting into that, revelations coming out on that, which perhaps may not shock you. I'll be tearing apart Chuck Schumer. I'll be revealing something about the security bill, the Fund Israel's Genocide bill that Chuck Schumer and others are forcing through rather easily. I mean, it's not that tough to get Congress to support murdering children. But something about it that very few people are talking about. I'll be bringing you that. So much more. Oh, yes, and of course, the very large review, sorry, tripping over my sentences here, the DEA program, the illegal DEA program to spy and try and harm Venezuela. I'll be bringing you revelations about that as well. It's just a lot. It's a lot coming your way. So hang in there. Tie your pants on tight. If you have ties, do them tight right now, okay? Because we're going to be moving fast. Please make sure you hit subscribe, hit share, hit thumbs up. All that stuff helps as I fight mass suppression against suppression against me by the social media platforms. And speaking of that, it seems that the Instagram live feed is not working yet again. So apparently nothing going on there. All right. Anyway, thank you for being here. And so let's get to it. As I covered in the past couple of days, UNRWA is it's UN RWA or wait, WRA that is a UN agency, but that facilitates and helps Palestinians get medical care, get education, everything else. But what I think many people did not realize is just how massive it is. It is gigantic. It is over 30,000 employees. It is over 700 schools, elementary schools, etc., for Palestinian children. It is 9-point-something million healthcare visits a year for Palestinians. It is a massive aid agency that allows Palestinians, many Palestinians, to live, and that is why Israel needed to destroy it. So they used the ICJ's decision, ICJ being a UN court. They used their decision that that Israel is perpetrating genocide, or at least there's enough evidence to keep that case going. They used that as a reason to suddenly decide they had evidence that Hamas was part of UNRWA, and UNRWA therefore was part of October 7th. And so today we are seeing, and yesterday we are seeing the actual evidence that Israel has that that's the case. I mean, that's a huge accusation, right? That a UN agency was involved in the October 7th attack that has given Israel the reason to commit genocide. Apparently, all you got to do is, of the 1,200, it may have been less than that were killed on October 7th. We know that probably half, maybe far more than that, were killed by the IDF. So, all you got to do is attack a few hundred Israelis, kill a few hundred Israelis, and that is justification for Israel to murder tens of thousands. Apparently, I didn't realize you get to commit genocide if that happens to your nation. But anyway, here is, and this is coming from Channel 4. This is not, this is UK television. It's not anything crazy lefty. It's not a radical communist news channel. This is just Channel 4 reading the documents that Israel has put forward as to their evidence that this UN agency took part in October 7th. Again, a massive claim that has caused the defunding of the biggest funders of UNRWA. And UNRWA has a budget of over $1 billion a year. That's how large this thing is. Many of the biggest funders have now backed out, including the US, Canada, UK. Belgium said they were going to keep funding it, and for that, Israel then bombed one of Belgium's offices in Gaza. Anyway, so I'm going to play a brief bit of this clip talking about the evidence Israel has brought forward of UNRWA being involved in October 7th.
The Hamas terrorist organization has been methodically and deliberately emplacing its terrorist infrastructure in a wide range of UN facilities and assets.
So, first of all, they don't give any evidence of that, right? They just said it. Israel thinks that them saying something as they commit genocide counts as evidence. That's not it. You just said the thing. You didn't bring any evidence.
But provides no evidence to support its explosive new claim that UNRWA staff were involved in the terror attacks on Israel, just stating, from intelligence information, documents, and identity cards seized during the course of the fighting, it is now possible to flag around 190 Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorist operatives who serve as UNRWA employees.
So they've said it's now possible to flag 190 Hamas and others who are UNRWA employees. They didn't actually give any evidence. They didn't give any names. They didn't give anything. They just said, "Oh, we found 109." And you're like, "Okay, so who are they? How do you know they're Hamas militants who are about to attack you and they're like, give us something?" And Israel has nothing. But on top of having nothing, they're saying they found this from interrogations of Palestinians, which means torture. That's what Israel does when they capture a Palestinian and they quote unquote want information. They torture them. So this is under torture, which many studies have shown that torture gets you false information. That's what always happens because the tortured person is basically like, whatever you want me to tell you, I'll tell you. Say you're Santa Claus. I'm Santa Claus. So the idea of, we just interrogated and they told us that they're part of the UN. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting that.
more than 10 UNRWA staffers took part in the events of the 7th of October.
So now they're saying more than 10. They initially said 12 UNRWA staffers were involved in October 7th. Now they're down to 10 or more than 10. Other estimates have said they're down to 6. But again, zero evidence of any of it. And one of the biggest articles that was connected to this, oh my God, we got to defund UNRWA immediately, was the Wall Street Journal article that has now been revealed, as I brought to you the other day, that one of the main authors is IDF, former IDF. So you're taking Israeli military, writing an article about how Hamas is in the UN and took place on October 7th and publishing it as if that's fine. That proves something at all. It's former IDF.
Israel gave the document to donors just after the International Court of Justice in The Hague made an interim ruling on it.
Yeah, so I already told you about that. The interim ruling, of course, which kept the genocide case against Israel open. But, there you have it. Israel has zero evidence of what they're claiming. If they had anything, do you not think they'd be waving it from the hills if they had actual evidence? If they had actual proof, do you not think it would be plastered everywhere? There's nothing always classified. I don't even know if they're saying it's classified, but even if they were saying it's classified, all right? You do not, if you have evidence of this massive claim that is defunding the largest aid agency in the region with 700 schools and 9 million healthcare visits a year, you don't just say, oh, we got secret information. We're not going to tell you. This reminds me of the WMD, the crap that was used to invade Iraq, right? Sometimes the U.S. would say, no, here's some evidence. And they go, oh, yellow cake uranium. Yeah, that's a thing, and that happened. And sometimes they would give you false evidence. Other times they would just say, we'd love to tell you how we know they have WMD, but we just can't. It's too juicy a secret to tell you the reality. We all know I hope you now know how much garbage this is, how many people are going to starve from it, how many people are not going to get any healthcare visits. But of course, on top of that, Israel is bombing the UN. They're bombing UN office. They've already killed 100 UNRWA employees. That is the most number of UN employees ever killed in a conflict ever. And that's what Israel's involved in. Here's from the International Coalition to Stop Genocide, and I'm reading from popularresistance.org, a great website, great service. If you are looking for where to get your news, Popular Resistance is a great place to do it. They say that the International Coalition to Stop Genocide in Palestine demands full funding of UNRWA. Also, the immediate lifting of blockade of aid to Gaza and an end to military support for Israel. By the way, Israeli settlers, which settler is a euphemistic term for, occupiers who often are on a murderous rampage. But Israeli settlers attacked aid that was headed for Gaza, going into Gaza, and did their best to burn and destroy the trucks so that, food couldn't get to children. Legit. Food couldn't get. Can you imagine being so psychotic that you think burning food for children is going to make you safer or make you better off or give you more security? It is so aggressively disturbing what's going on. But yeah, the International Coalition to Stop Genocide in Palestine, also known as ICHS. That's if you take just the first initials, it's ICHS. I'm just kidding. They don't actually call themselves. I mean, they might, but I haven't been at the meetings. I hope they don't do that because that sounds unsettling, and I feel like you'd get a lot of spittle, in these times of flu and COVID and everything else. Not a good idea. I would go ahead and say the full name, International Coalition to Stop instead of bad idea. Anyway, they are calling for full funding of UNRWA. Meanwhile, the U.S. government is passing a bill, forcing through, slamming through, nailing through, whatever other adjective you want to use, through a bill to send billions of billions more to Israel, including, of course, bombs and everything else, to Israel to facilitate this genocide. And here is some lovely video. Chuck Schumer, your friend and mine, Chuck Schumer, he's been a senator, and most people don't know this, he's been a senator in the U.S. Congress since 1904, and he is pushing for this bill. And let's hear his justification for why this genocide just has to keep going. We need it, man. We need more genocider. We need more hot cups of genocider. Don't we? Let's go, folks. Let's do it. Here he is on Morning Joe. Speaking of hot cup, Morning Joe, the biggest, one of the biggest propaganda morning shows in the world. I'd say in the world.
We're at a turning point in America.
That part is true. We are at a turning point. The U.S. empire is being revealed for what it is, which is a murderous, blood on our hands institution of death and destruction, the largest prison state the world has ever seen, the largest military the world has ever seen, $1 trillion a year spent on military, which if you make $60,000 a year after taxes, which is an amazing amount of money to make, it would take you 16 million years to make $1 trillion. Actually, 16.666666666666666666666 million years. That's how long it would take, and that's, I didn't make up that number, by the way. That's a legit number. And we spend that on military, and so he's right. We're at a turning point. Sorry to interrupt.
We're at a turning point in America. This bill is crucial, and history will look back on it and say, did America fail itself? Why is it crucial? Well,
did America fail itself implies that America stands for anything other than death and destruction around the world. I mean,
death and destruction around the world.
I love did America fail itself? You know what they are failing though? Him and the rest, Democrats, Republicans, all of them. You know how they are failing Americans? Is not doing a damn thing for all of the Americans struggling across this nation. 2/3 of Americans living paycheck to paycheck. Almost 2/3 of Americans can't afford a house in the so-called richest country in the world. The tens of thousands of bridges are cracking and crumbling. The roads are collapsing. We've got trains that look like they're straight out of the Wild West, exploding every other day or derailing. This is a collapsing empire, and they are spending all their money on military. It's like a textbook example of how empires collapse. And they are not doing anything for Americans. So that's where America's failing themselves. So you're right on that regard. America is failing itself because these MFers, keep it clean for the kids, these MFers are failing Americans. Him and the rest of them in Congress and this one party, all right? Stop fooling yourself. Instead, this is two parties. One goddamn party.
if we don't aid Ukraine,
He doesn't even know. Just listening. Don't send bombs to Russia.
Yeah.
Go
down.
Yep. Saudi.
Throw down?
I don't know anymore. Just send bombs.
Oh, okay, thank you.
As long as killing's going on, it's all good.
I got that one.
Walk all over Ukraine, we'll lose the war, and we could be fighting in Eastern Europe, a NATO ally, in a few years.
So this is hilarious that he starts. So this is a bill that obviously.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Obviously sends.
Oh, you're only half listening.
Bombs and money to
You
both
assumed
Ukraine
you heard the
and
word
Israel.
food and then you were said, yeah,
Proxy war in
okay.
Ukraine and the genocide, to perpetrate the genocide in Israel. Now he starts off by saying, if we don't keep funding Ukraine, Russia's gonna walk all over it. No, actually, if you look at the peace deals that were going to be signed before the U.S. stopped them, Russia was not gonna walk all over it. Russia was actually going to sign a pretty damn fair peace deal in which the Donbass, where there had been a genocide perpetrated before the invasion by Russia, by Ukrainian Nazis against Russian-speaking and culturally Russian people in Donbass. More on that in a few minutes, I think, if I have those tabs open. But that peace deal was going to be signed in a month into this proxy war. And the U.S. made sure it wasn't. And yet, here he is saying, oh, if we don't keep bombing and killing people in Ukraine, then Russia's going to walk all over it, and we're going to be fighting with NATO against Russia. Those are all lies. And they've been proven to be lies. Even the New York Times has shown that the amount of ground changing hands over all of 2023 between Russia and Ukraine is tiny on a map. It is a tiny amount of ground. Basically, they're fighting over inches because it's essentially a stalemate. And the only reason the U.S. really, and people like him, maniacs like him, egomaniacal lunatics like him, the only reason they really want to keep it going is because to exhaust Russia's resources. And they don't care how many Ukrainians die. Hundreds of thousands, fine. Ukraine is struggling so much in this war that they're now, they have 45-year-olds fighting on the front line. Now, hell, I'm nearing 45, so I don't want to act like that's old. But in military terms, it is old. If you have 45-year-olds on the front lines, then you have exhausted your 18, your 20s, your 30-year-olds. You do not pick the 45-year-olds. Trust me, I lay down on the ground for about 10 minutes, and lower back is not good. You do not want people in foxholes with lower back issues. You want to get your cream of the crop up there, but they've exhausted their cream. The U.S. has helped obliterate Ukraine's young men by creating this proxy war. And here you have this maniac pushing this.
Americans won't like that. If we don't help Israel defend itself against Hamas,
I love how he puts it on Americans. Like, Americans want war to just keep going. Just endless war. Americans are all voting for this. Actually, 65% of Americans, 63%, something like that, want a ceasefire in Gaza. I think it might be higher than that, honestly, now. That was from months ago. But this is not what Americans want.
that perpetual war will go on and on and on. If we don't help humanitarian aid to the starving Palestinians in Gaza, hundreds of thousands could starve. And the
So there is, in the bill, there is this little bit of quote unquote humanitarian aid for Palestinians that's added in the bill. But if you're funding and arming the genocide against Gazans, you can't put a little in the bill that says, here's some food packets and say, oh, we helped. No, that's not how it works. Yes, it's sure. I'd rather food packets get in than not get in, but you cannot use that to pass a bill to help fund and arm a genocide. That's what this bill is. This bill is a high five to genocide while being like, but also here's a food packet. For those of you surviving, here's some food. It is so ridiculous. I mean, honestly, it is a mass shooter going into a mall and, killing 100 people and then giving 5 survivors some cupcakes. Well, I mean, would you rather them not have cupcakes? What are you, a maniac?
Order. Everyone has said it's chaos. You just saw Speaker Johnson. He said it's chaos. We have to do something legislative a few months ago.
Okay.
But what has happened, and answer your too quick.
And he also mentioned the border, where, of course, the U.S. is, in terms of human rights, is egregious at the border. We treat people like utter garbage. But if you actually wanted to decrease the amount of the harm and the amount of people coming across the border, if that was actually a priority in your, then you would stop harming Latin American countries. We have couped every Latin American country that's doing well. We have attempted to coup the ones that are remaining that are doing well. The people coming to the United States, risking everything to come here, they're in the countries we've helped destroy. So stop destroying countries, and then you wouldn't have so many people trying to get across the border to the United States. By the way, I see Mayjest just donated $20 on Rumble. Can't thank you enough, Mayjest. For those of you who do super chats or donations, if there's a comment connected to it, I will shout it out. As long as it's over like $1. It's a $1 comment. I mean, you'll get a $1 amount of attention. Am I right? No, that's horrific. That's terrible. No, that is not me.
Your question. So this is crucial for America. It's a turning point. History is going to look over our shoulders and say, did we rise to the occasion?
Yeah, it will look over our shoulders and say, you perpetrated genocide. You were funding, arming, facilitating, propagandizing, manufacturing consent for a genocide. 28,000 people in Gaza killed in 4 months. The average percentage of children killed in modern warfare is 6 to 8%, and in Gaza, it's like 45%. Over 11,000 children murdered, 100,000 people either dead, wounded, or missing. History is going to judge this. And not because you didn't pass your funded genocide bill, you piece of human dumpster fire.
To his credit, Mitch McConnell did. But too many.
All right, I can't do any more of him. I love that he's shouting out to Mitch McConnell. Good job, Mitch McConnell, the brain dead Republican who the Democrats agree with on just about everything now. Isn't it great that Mitch McConnell barely has lived to see the time when the Democrats are just so excited to have him in office? They love him because guess what? They all stand for the same thing. Do you get how the two-party system works, folks? Giant theater. A massive theater. We're all in the audience, and we're all sitting there deciding which one of the actors we're pulling for. You're pulling for Romeo or Juliet? I don't think that's how the battle actually went down. Was it Romeo versus Juliet in that movie? I don't know. I'm not a well-read man. I am not well-readed. But yeah, it's a giant show, and they're getting people to really spend all of their time fighting between Democrats and Republicans while they stand for 90% the same stuff. Okay, here's what I told you about earlier, where I said there's something in this bill that almost no one is talking about that is very important. The one Chuck Schumer was just talking about, that bill. And deep in it, you have this little fact that Michael Tracy has pointed out, that the Senate National Security Bill specifically exempts funds for Israel from congressional oversight. No matter what goes to Israel, Congress cannot analyze it, cannot know what the specifics are. What kind of bombs? Is it white phosphorus? Is it war crime style bombs being sent to Israel? Congress is not allowed to oversee and analyze it. It says that any congressional notification requirement applicable to funds made available under this heading in this act for Israel may be waived if the Secretary of State determines that to do so is in the national security interests of the United States. Basically, the government can decide at any time we're not going to tell even Congress what we're sending to Israel. Now you have to ask yourself, why is it that the U.S. government, the Pentagon, the military, even wants that in there? Why is it they can't even tell Congress what they're sending to Israel? Probably because it has to do with war crimes. Because they know Congress is going to approve everything to Israel. I mean, Congress voted 412 to 1 in the House to support Israel and to equate Zionism with Judaism and anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, which is utter garbage. They voted 97-0 in the Senate. So do you think they're not going to approve Israel's bombs and death and destruction raining down from above like some sort of end times? Ironically, it's evangelical Christians in the United States who want all the Jews in Israel to bring about the end times in which the Jews will burn in hell. Thank you, evangelicals. I look forward to that. The whole burning in hell thing. You know, I don't do well in the heat. I don't even really like beaches, okay? Not unless I'm under an umbrella. So I am not going to like the burning in the fiery furnace of the hellish end times. I am not a fan. Okay, so I wanted to bring you, Kayla Johnstone highlighted this hilarious title change by Washington Post. They initially had an article up that said, "Is America complicit in Israel's bloody war in Gaza?" Okay, fair line, right? Fair question to ask. Is America complicit in the bloody war in Gaza? And in fact, it's still propaganda because this is not a war in Gaza. It is a destruction, decimation of Gaza. It is downright obliteration of Gaza. It's not a war in Gaza. It's not two even remotely equal sides fighting each other in Gaza. It is just bombs raining down on children in Gaza. And I pointed out before that the Hamas militants that are in Gaza, most of them are, where are they? In the tunnels, right? We've been told that a million times. Well, the type of bombs that Israel's dropping, almost all of them, don't impact the tunnels. So if you actually wanted to, if this is just about the Hamas militants, then what's killing everyone else have to do? Well, because they don't actually care about the Hamas militants, they just want ethnic cleansing. So that's why you do that. Anyway. So this says, is America complicit in Israel's bloody war in Gaza? They then changed, they realized the error, and they changed the headline to, has the Israel-Gaza war changed your feelings about being American? Much nicer, right? Much more polite. You don't have to think about it being bloody in Gaza. Thank you, Washington Post, for updating your propaganda. We really appreciate that. Updating your propaganda. Very nice of you. Very well done. Okay, I have so much more important news stories coming to you right now. Because the United States has become, I mean, we have been for many years, but it's become more evident. The empire is revealed more than ever before right now in terms of what it actually stands for. And because of that, you have other moral entities standing up and actually kind of filling the void of some sort of vaguely moral voice in this shit show we call humanity. And one of those is China, which I'm not saying everything China does is perfect, but China's not dropping bombs. China's not committing genocide right now. And they're speaking out to some degree against this. So they're talking, here's China at the UN Security Council, and they're talking about the bombs that the US has recently dropped on Syria and Iraq. They claim these are Iran-backed militias that they're hitting, but whatever the reasons, it is still, they're dropping bombs on Syria and Iraq. Now, the U.S. continues to claim we own a third of Syria. We hold a third of Syria. The real reason we're doing that is to stop Syria from having oil and wheat, because we want as many Syrians as possible to die and starve to death and die of medical issues and everything else. 94% of Syria lives below the poverty line due to the economic war perpetrated by the United States. So we are, I mean, really, we're committing a genocide in Syria as well, but, not as aggressively as Israel is against Gaza.
Let's put that flag.
This is coming from Decentralized News. They say, China told the UN Security Council that the recent U.S. airstrikes constitute a grave violation of the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Syria and Iraq. And by the way, I'm getting to how Biden has accidentally admitted that he has violated the Constitution. Biden has accidentally admitted that what he's done is unconstitutional. I'll be getting to that in a minute. It is on this same topic. The situation in the Middle East, continue quote from China, is on the verge of extreme peril. I think we're already there. But thanks for being polite, China. Who is creating threats, whether in the Middle East or elsewhere? Who is engaged in the excessive use of force? And who is misleading public opinion? The U.S. purports that it does not seek to create conflicts in the Middle East or anywhere else, but in reality, it does precisely the opposite. The U.S. military actions are undoubtedly stoking new turmoil in this region and further intensifying tensions. Underneath the rise in tensions in the Middle East over the past few months, the fundamental reason is the failure to implement a ceasefire in Gaza. We call on the country concerned to demonstrate political will and determination, take more practical actions to safeguard regional peace and stability, make less selfish geopolitical calculations, and play a constructive role that is expected of it. Anyway, that is coming from China as we, continue to have kind of a Cold War going on against China, while also realizing that China is pivotal to us economically. So we kind of want to create war with China because we realize they're getting more powerful than the United States. But at the same time, we're like, but can you keep selling us microchips? Because we're kind of effed on that one, if you know what I'm saying. So just as we try and manufacture consent for your downfall, can you just keep the chips coming, okay? Like a Tostito party. Keep the chips coming. Okay, I want to bring you, let's do this story real quick about how the largest CIA leak in history, the leaker, was sentenced to 40 years, and it was hardly a blip on the mainstream media's radar. And this guy, you know, he in many ways he can be put along alongside Chelsea Manning, Edward Snowden, Julian Assange for revealing to Americans what is being done in our name, the absolute worst kind of garbage and espionage and harming other countries that's being done in our name secretly. We're really never told about it or explained exactly what's going on. And he revealed so much of this to us. Now, I think part of the reason that people don't put him along those other leakers is, and by the way, Assange is not a leaker; he's a publisher. There is a distinction there. But part of the reason I think is because he claims to have, or not claims, the reporting seems to say that he did it not because he really wanted to make Americans aware of what was being done, but more because he was pissed off at the CIA. But I don't actually care for his reasons. I think that as Americans, we should know what our government's doing, and he is one of several who have been brave enough to tell us, although now he's had his life destroyed, and his letters from prison have basically said he seeks to take his own life, or he's, wishes he had a way to take his own life. Anyway, this is Joshua Schulte. He's the largest leaker.
Bitch now.
Joshua Schulte. I don't know how he chooses to pronounce it. Material in history, sentenced to 40 years in prison the other day. He was convicted of orchestrating the largest leak of classified material in CIA history, and he's 35. He handed WikiLeaks a trove of CIA cyber known as Vault 7 in what federal prosecutors called some of the most heinous, brazen violations of the Espionage Act in American history. He was convicted in July 2022 of illegally handling classified information and obstruction of justice after an earlier trial ended on a hung jury. WikiLeaks began publishing the classified data from the stolen CIA files, the first of 26 disclosures. Now, what ABC News is not going to tell you in this reporting, and what mainstream media really
I told you you were perfect.
wanted to make clear to you, is that this revealed a lot of what the CIA's capabilities are in spying on average Americans, but also spying on everybody overseas. Things we should know as Americans. We should know what our government is up to. But some of these things included the ability to listen to you via your smart TV, even when the TV is not on. So, as many of you know, these smart TVs, many people have them, most people maybe have them, where you can say to the television, if you turn on this feature, you can say to the television, turn on, go to ESPN, and it'll do it without a remote control. So that means the TV, whether you turn on the feature or not, has the ability at any given time to listen to you. The thing is, supposedly, it's supposed to not be listening to you unless, or at least not sending it online, at least not loading it to the internet. But of course, in order to hear you say, TV, turn on, it has to listen to everything you say. And it was revealed that the CIA can listen to you through your television, even when the TV is off.
Wow.
So, that dark TV in the corner, maybe you haven't used it in a couple of weeks, and you're like, oh, that old thing, they can listen to you through that, even when it's not on. So that's one of the things that the capabilities. But to me, perhaps the most important thing in the CIA Vault 7 was the fact that they have hacking software, and this shouldn't come as a shock, but seeing the evidence, seeing the proof, is always a big deal. They have the ability to hack into foreign governments, or hack in, or in a false flag situation, hack into the U.S. government, and quietly reveal footprints of the hacking that point to another government. Like it'll leave little footprints, let's say, in the Russian alphabet, so that people trying to find out who did the hacking will find tiny little footprints, fingerprints, whatever they call them in the hacking community, that show it was Russian, even though it was not. It was the CIA, but it's made to look Russian. Yeah. And this actually fits perfectly with what went down in the leak of the DNC. And we were told, Russian hackers revealed the DNC leaks, blah, blah, blah. But the evidence that it was Russian hackers was things like, oh, they largely operated during Russian hours, or like it was the dumbest garbage I've ever heard. But then on top of that, if you actually followed the play-by-play, it wasn't a hack; it was a leak. Oh, okay, I'll get to Kevin. Thank you for the donation. I'll get to your response to something I said in a second. But yeah, so this was a major leak. This guy's now been sentenced to 40 years. He's already been in prison for, I don't know, what is it, 5 or 3 years? It's a long time. And his treatment is so horrible. It's largely solitary confinement. So horrible that he wants to take his life. And yet he's just been given 40 more. And this is what happens to those of us in the United States who dare to tell the truth. Now, of course, in my case, I don't have access to the information that would get me locked up like that, but he did. And, and we saw what they did to Chelsea Manning. If it weren't for a slight little quirk of the Obama administration, Chelsea Manning would still be in prison right now. We know what they'd love to do to Edward Snowden. We see what they're doing to Julian Assange. By the way, everyone watch that space. Keep paying attention to what's happening to Assange. It's quite possible he could wind up in a U.S. prison and you would not even know that he was shipped here, okay? They're not going to let us know. It's not going to be a, hey, everybody, we're extraditing Assange. It's going to be you wake up one morning and you will find out Assange is in a maximum security prison in Virginia. That is what's going to happen. And let's hope it doesn't, obviously. But if it happens, that would be how it happened. Okay, let me get to Kevin real quick before we get to other very important topics, including the incredibly illegal DEA program that has been revealed. Okay, I will, let me say before I read that, I brought up that evangelical Christians, some of them, not all of them, some evangelical Christians, Zionist Christians, believe that Jews need to be in Israel in order for the end times to come about. And then have the Jews.
They're also Mormon.
Says, as a Christian, I'll explain, not defend. They teach that Jesus will return in the end times and cause the Jews to turn to their Messiah, saving most, if not all of them. Again, not defending, just explaining. So, but to explain what Kevin's explanation says, and again, Kevin, thank you for the donation, is that the Christians believe that when Jesus comes back, because they think he's already been here, when Jesus comes back, the Jews will have to be in Israel, so Jesus will then come back, and then all the Jews will suddenly go, oh, it's Jesus, he's our Messiah, he's the Son of God.
That's
so basically they'll become Christian. So the evangelicals believe that Jews get to Israel, Jesus arrives, a guy turns a cup of water into wine, water into wine, and then, man, would that ruin a party if you turn wine into water? You'd be like, who invited this a-hole? All the wine's water now. I can't go through a conversation like this on water. Anyway, Jesus arrives. We all go, oh, we're Christian now. Jesus is our man. Boom. And then the Jews, my people, don't go to hell and burn in a fiery furnace. But if you don't do that, if you keep being Jewish and not being a Jesus fanatic, then you burn in hell forever. Cool. And again, forever seems a bit long. I feel like, could you make it like 3 billion years? How about till the sun explodes? How about that? Not forever. It's ridiculous. Till the sun explodes. Just give us that. And then, okay, fine. All right. Coming from the AP. So as you know, the United States has wanted to crush Venezuela for a long time because Venezuela. I mean, you know what Venezuela did to the United States. They remember back. So what Venezuela did to the U.S. Oh, so horrific. You remember because they had that because hold on they had a big cannon at this point. No, were they the ones? Hold on. Because you know what Venezuela did to us is I can't recall. In the chat. I can't remember what it was that Venezuela did to us that made us want to destroy all of them. even the babies. But the U.S. continues to try and crush Venezuela.
Because we wanted their
main reasons are
bunnies.
because there's a lot of oil there, and because they're outside
not
the
the
petrodollar,
bunnies.
and because Venezuela is portrayed as a good example. It is a socialist country that has things like healthcare, and the U.S.
Wow.
Some Americans look there and go, "Oh wait, you can have healthcare? That's a thing," and that's upsetting to the United States government, to our leaders. Secret U.S. spying program targeted top Venezuelan officials flouting international law. But there's a fair amount of evidence it wasn't just a spying program. It also was basically a commit crimes and try and blame it on Venezuela program. A secret memo obtained by the Associated Press details a years-long covert operation by the U.S. DEA that sent undercover operatives into Venezuela to surreptitiously record and build drug trafficking cases against the country's leadership, a plan the U.S. acknowledged from the start was arguably a violation of international law. It is necessary to conduct, this is a quote from the memo, internal memo, so they did not want this getting out. Quote, it is necessary to conduct the operation unilaterally and without notifying Venezuelan officials. It was called Operation Money Badger, an investigation that authorities say targeted dozens of people, including Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
God, he's so fat.
So they knew it was a violation of international law. Now, you guys are well aware that the United States sees violations of international law as like resume builders. I mean, they love them. They, at every moment, the U.S. is really excited about violations of international law. So I'm surprised that even we're bothering talking about it for a minute. But law to spy on these people. But on top of that, there is a fair amount of evidence that the U.S. DEA went down to Venezuela secretly, undercover, and tried to frame people. So they try and get Venezuelan officials to commit crimes that they can then go, you're committing a crime, and try and grab them or arrest them or whatnot. Now, in the case of Alex, a diplomat, the Venezuelan diplomat, they were unable to get him to commit a crime. So instead, they just arrested him for nothing. He was in Cape Verde, which means Cape Reeves. I'm pretty sure. I speak loads of Spanish. They were in Cape Verde, and he was refueling on his way to Iran because Venezuela works with Iran economically, and they got Cape Verde to arrest him. He was then shipped to Florida and held in American prisons as a political prisoner for simply being a Venezuelan diplomat, which violates all kinds of international laws, but the U.S. doesn't care because we're just trying to harm Venezuela. They were hoping, I think, to offer him some kind of deal that they could then use against Maduro. But ultimately, Venezuela was able to get him freed just recently, just a few weeks ago, in a prisoner swap where they gave over Americans to get him freed. But it was all a framing or an attempted framing. And the article says Maduro's closest allies have been targeted. Then a former DEA official, Wes Tabor, said, we don't like to say it publicly, but we are in fact the police of the world. Well, that's interesting. I suppose that's accurate if you look at U.S. policing as incredibly corrupt and brutal. Then yes, in that way, you're the police of the world. If you look at U.S. policing as something that entrenches a class structure, entrenches a racist systemic structure, entrenches a structure that harms and oppresses often the people with the least among us, then in that way, you are the police of the world. So he's accurate on those fronts, I guess. And as you can tell, he's excited by it. Okay, I am now going to bring you, I got to bring you Biden. This is video of Biden accidentally admitting, in a way, that what he's doing is unconstitutional. So I'm going to bring you that video right now. It's only going to be on my local page on rumble.com/LeeCamp. Free to watch there. Rumble.com/LeeCamp. Join me over there. It is free to go over there and watch. By the way, I want to highlight that I have just put out individual clips of me destroying, obliterating Ben Shapiro, obliterating Rachel Maddow, obliterating Bill Maher. And those clips are on my youtube.com/Moment of Clarity, also on rumble.com/LeeCamp. Those are two places you can watch those clips. So if you like my segments where I totally decimate various, artisans of verbal diarrhea, those types. If you like those segments, then I put them up individually on youtube.com/momentclarity as well as rumble.com/Lee Camp. I'm going to go show the clip of Biden accidentally admitting what he's doing is unconstitutional. And that is over on Rumble and also on my locals page. To everybody in locals, I'm going to try and bring you an extra segment today if I don't go too long with the regular segment. So if you're at locals, hang in there for the extra segment. Okay, let's do it. For everybody who's not following me over to Rumble, which I don't know why you wouldn't, it's free. I hope that you will join me 4 days a week. I am here free 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And then also Government Secrets on Wednesday, which is at 2 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be doing that. So anyway, 4 days a week. You're not going to get a lot of times you won't get the alert. So just show up. 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Join me. And by the way, we're getting close to, we just topped 70,000 on Rumble. We're getting close to topping 60,000 on YouTube. So if you are on one of these pages and you haven't subscribed to the YouTube, please do that. YouTube.com/momentofclarity. It is over there. As I think you can also type in @RealLeeCamp. We'll bring you there as well. Okay, let's do it. Let's switch over the streams.
Moi,
Bougez pas.
c'est être l'étoile du match. Personne ne peut nous faire vivre le WAC comme on veut, parce que le WAC, c'est notre raison d'être.
Well, good morning and welcome to Rising. So glad that you are tuning in. We have another just stupendous show to deliver today, and we can't wait to discuss all the news. Isn't that right?
That's right, Robbie. Big news right up top. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit has ruled that former President Trump is not immune from prosecution in the case charging him with plotting to overturn the 2020 election results. In their decision, the judges wrote, "We conclude that the interest in criminal accountability held by both the public and the executive branch outweighs the potential risks of chilling presidential action and permitting vexatious litigation." Trump is expected to appeal, although analysts say it's unclear whether his team will take it to the next appeals court or all the way to the Supreme Court. Trump responded to the ruling on Truth Social, writing, "A president of the United States must have full immunity in order to properly function and do what has to be done for the good of our country. So bad and so dangerous for our nation.
So bad, so dangerous."
Meanwhile, after the former
That's
president
my
failed to
wife
appear
talking.
on Nevada's
Behind
GOP
me.
primary ballot yesterday, the option for none of these candidates won, beating out Nikki Haley by a whopping 30 points. None of these candidates, a very, very appealing option for me. Trump chastised Haley for her bad night in Nevada on Truth Social, quipping, "Watch, she'll soon claim victory." And new today, Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel is apparently preparing to leave her role after beefing with former President Trump. He had wanted McDaniel to cancel the primary for him altogether. McDaniel apparently is going to leave after the South Carolina primary on February 24th. Wow. Things are still fluid, sources tell the New York Times. So 3 things to get to there. First of all, look, neither Trump nor other president should have blanket immunity from prosecution for actions taken as president. All, MAGA people who are supporting Trump's bid for total immunity here should ask themselves whether they would support this if a Democrat, if Joe Biden was the president. They will all say no, so that it should be a very open and shut matter, and frankly, constitutionally, it is an open and shut matter that the president, the office of the president, the executive, has taken, not just Trump, every president has taken illegal actions, some of them with massive negative policy consequences. They should be held more accountable, not less.
Totally agreed. No man is above the law. That's one of the founding principles of the United States of America. We founding fathers left Europe because they didn't want any more kings, and it shouldn't be especially controversial that we should not make our president into one. What do you make of the news that nobody won in Nevada? Is this the kind of indictment of the choices that are before the American public on both parties, frankly, because we just discussed earlier this week what low turnout there was in the South Carolina primary with only 4% coming out to turn out ballots? Is this a similar kind of referendum?
So the Nevada situation got really complicated. They had a primary and they're going to have a caucus tomorrow. So Nikki Haley was only competing in the primary, and Donald Trump is only competing in the caucus. So our wonderfully democratic system, you can choose which election you want to do. There's only going to be one candidate in it. The caucus is what counts for delegates, so Trump's getting all those delegates. Nikki Haley, if she had won in this primary, it would have been purely symbolic. It doesn't mean anything. She did win. She lost to none of the above. So, there's not really a lesson to draw from this, except that the system has to some degree been rigged in Trump's favor, not to the degree which it's been rigged in Joe Biden's favor on the other side, but still there is tremendous institutional heft behind Donald Trump. But also there has not emerged a discernible appetite. Some appetite for Nikki Haley in New Hampshire. Other than that, not much. It's just going to be Trump's party, and cry if you want to.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Although it is curious to see this kind of backlash against Ronna McDaniel. It does seem from the outside that she has gone out of her way, frankly, to grease the runway for Donald Trump, but that doesn't seem to have healed the acrimony between them there. What do you make of that acrimony and her choice to step down?
McDaniel has been a scapegoat for frustrated conservatives for years now. Everyone has wanted her gone for a long time. I'm frankly surprised she's held on this long. She is someone whom a lot of people blame for what's gone wrong. I don't know that it's fair to blame her, but
what is the basis of that?
Well, the basis of it is that in the time Donald Trump has been on the political scene, so the Republicans won in 2016, yay for them, and then lost in 2018 and 2020 and 2022, and the question becomes, well, who can we blame for this? And we can't blame Trump. You just can't, so you have to blame McDaniel. That's as complicated as the thinking is.
Yeah.
Now, despite her having done a lot to help Trump maintain and consolidate control over the party, it's not perceived as enough. It's almost a Pence situation where you can go along with him, but unless you're willing to commit 120% to what he wants you to do, you'll end up being denounced just like the rest, and that's what's happened.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if the only thing that really can, I don't mean this in a overly partisan way, but one that really truly can obstruct Trump without ultimately bending the knee will be some kind of legal recourse. There have been some recent big losses for him in the civil cases, and now this, in the context of this criminal case, rather, unclear, obviously, if the prosecutors are going to be able to successfully make the case that the machinations leading up to January 6th really did constitute an overthrowing of the election results, and whether or not ultimately people will be able to make the case that that is a quote insurrection for the purposes of barring him from the ballot. But things are moving forward, and I do wonder if there is going to be any thought as in the Republican Party, the way there is now burgeoning considerations happening on the Democratic side of the aisle of what the backup option really is, especially in light of a new clip that we're going to discuss later today, showing another really bad looking moment for Joe Biden as he struggles to put his words together.
Yeah, we're going to get to that in just a minute. One more parting thought on Ronna McDaniel. I just want to remind everyone, her name is actually Ronna Romney McDaniel. She's a member of the Romney family. Trump suggested to her that she drop the Romney from her name when he was so mad at Mitt Romney, and she was willing to do that.
You change your name for a man and still doesn't want to keep your house.
We're rising right after this.
2024 independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. denied reports that he could be Donald Trump's vice president if elected.
I have to ask. The latest speculation is that maybe you would be the VP for Trump. Would you ever do that?
I don't think that my marriage would survive it.
I think he's right.
President, that's all you want.
This morning, the latest in the war between Israel and Hamas. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is now in Egypt for meetings there focused on securing a new ceasefire. He met yesterday with officials in Saudi Arabia and diplomatic visit to the region since the war began. It was the 11th of October the 2nd. Now, this is his new video of Blinken meeting with Egypt's president, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. The two leaders expected to discuss Israel's military campaign. Now, Israel's defense minister has said forces will eventually advance all the way to Rafah in the south. Rafah situated right on Gaza's border with Egypt. Egyptian officials are concerned about what that would mean for the more than 1 million people who are sheltering in the city. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says this morning more than 27,500 people have been killed since the war began. Let's bring in Chris Brown, who's part of our CBC News team covering the war. He's in Jerusalem with me live this morning, and good to see you, Chris, as always. The fifth visit to the region for Antony Blinken, and still very high stakes. What are his priorities today as he meets with Egyptian leaders and then looks beyond to further meetings in neighboring countries?
It is a bit of a hopscotch Antony Blinken's doing around the region, as you say, in Egypt, then to Qatar, and then to Israel.
Still alive?
Yep. Want to share that cupcake with me? Want to share my cupcake? What?
I'm sorry, Jack. I wanted to startle you.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
You know what you do.
Why startle you? Wow, wow.
My hair is floofy.
Hey?
Hair's so floofy. Floof. Why are we so stupid?
Huh?
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 You're funny.
Wow, wow.
Spicy.
What?
Hey, look, Pop, I'm Dolphin. Sebastian, the whale watching dolphin. You turned Lenny into a freaking dolphin.
Okay.
It's that Will Smith movie, the cartoon Will Smith movie, Shark Tale.
Wait, what?
Shark Tale? Will Smith is a fish?
Yeah, maybe.
Cartoon fish? Really?
Ah!
Really? It's such a good movie. And there's like the two jellyfish that are Rastafarians.
Yes.
And they're like henchmen. Oscar. The boss, he told us to not do anything to you. But the boss, he's not here. Oh, what the fucking ice cubes. Whatever. Quit. Big startled me. There's so many things everywhere.
Okay.
Is it me?
Ugh. Hold on. Okay, back to my Discord chat. What's up, guys? Yeah, I could see that. What? I didn't do that. I never remove any friend from my playlist. John D. Rubber Boots. What are you guys doing, Bob? Yeah. Yeah. There's their staff just above. But there's no one substation. Such a shame when you cannot. It's such a shame when you cannot extinguish another man's cigarette. It's when Tommy Shelby talks to Alfie and he says, "It's just such a shame that now you're so weak that you cannot even extinguish another man's cigarette." If my grandma had wheel, she would be a bike.
Come on. Where you going, Bobby? Why did you block off the room?
Because when you wanted the treats, you wanted to go in the room to. Oh, sorry.
Hello. What's up, my love? Hi, handsome.
Who, me?
Well, both of you.
Oh, because I blocked.
Oh, son of a bitch.
To the bedroom to the dog.